second. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you. It is May 21st of 2023. I hope everyone is having a great day. We started about a minute late, and I apologize for that. It's been a heck of a week for me, folks. I'm trying to do a lot. But if this is the first time that you have seen our channel, I want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. I want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday, as you see, we reach out at 2:30 p.m. across the world to hear what you have to say about all the issues that matter to you, the things that you find that are important and need to be talked about. Because we believe in the First Amendment, we believe in your right to free speech, even if your government doesn't agree, even if the internet overlords don't like it. And so that's exactly what we are doing today. So we're going to have a conversation about all of that. As you can see, my glasses are broken. It's been a heck of a week. Everything's just going wrong, folks. Now, we're going to be talking about a lot of things. I do want to mention that we are aware, and where do I have it? Been following, there's been a bit of breaking news as we have been going through today. And where is my breaking news section? Of course, I have too many things on this screen. Too many. Where is it? There it is. So one of the big things that is ongoing as we speak is right now there is the FBI whistleblower hearing, which is being broadcast live. There's a couple of comments from Representative Plaskett, from Representative Garamendi, and Representative Johnson that we're going to be talking about in just a few moments. There's also the latest news that has just come out about the Ukraine and Russia, the conflict there. The United States will be giving out F-16s to the Ukrainians, and it seems, having just been reported, that Zelensky, the president of the Ukraine, has said that he will not use F-16s in Russia. That's kind of dubious. I don't know if I trust that a whole lot, but that is the statement that's being made right now. In addition, there is news that just came out that the NAACP has advised that if you are black, don't go to Florida. Florida is a no black zone because the NAACP says if you're black, you shouldn't be in Florida. They have literally tried to cancel an entire state because of politics, which I think is insane. I think that's crazy, but that's some of the breaking news that is going on right now. Of course, there's also the news that Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott, is planning to run for president. So there's a lot of things that are happening here. I don't know if the system is showing the comments like it should be, and I apologize if it is not. Everything is just having a problem today. All the systems are acting up. I will do my best to try and keep up with everything here. I'm going to try and make this work for me. It's just one of those days, folks, I tell you. Systems don't want to work. It's everything. I'm trying to pack everything, get everything ready to move because of June. What's going to be happening in June. And, of course, the system is just pissing me off to no end. No. Don't do that. Come on. Sorry, there's stuff happening in the background. You guys can't see it, but it's just annoying me that my system is acting up as we speak, and I'm trying to fix it, and it isn't going well. But so those are a couple of the items that are happening right now. They're very important, obviously, and obviously we want to hear what you have to say. I'm going to be looking for the comments here. Bear with me as I try and find a way to adjust to see your comments as you're making them live. I may be limited to YouTube. Come on, stop. I might be limited a little bit. Sorry. There's always technical difficulties. We try and make these things work as best as we can. Hang on. Okay, comments aren't showing. All right, well, we'll deal with that. I will deal with that later. So let's have the conversation. Let's talk about what's going on here. So it's been a very interesting week. We had the Durham Report come out. We've had some news about what's happening in our southern border, the immigration crisis, the apparent reduction from 10,000 illegal aliens entering the United States per day to about 4,000 illegal aliens entering the United States per day. There's actually a reason why that has happened, and sadly for Democrats and progressives, it's not because of Joe Biden. It's not because of Kamala Harris. It has nothing to do with anything they have done. It's actually that there's a disguise. It is actually being hidden from you to lower the numbers now that Title 42 has ended. There's actually a huge wave coming to us, and we will be able to show you the evidence of that coming from Mexico itself. We'll talk about that in just a moment. And of course, there's also Brittany Griner, who has returned to the news media. We've talked about her in the past. She is the woman who was exchanged in a one-for-one deal. So we got a basketball player, a lesbian black basketball player, and we gave up one of the, well, historically the largest arms dealer in the world, an individual who has committed himself to helping warlords in Africa commit atrocities for decades. So it was so demonstrative, so important to the world that there was, Hollywood came out and made a movie about it starring Nicolas Cage. You may have seen it, called The Lord of War. It is really interesting, and I would advise you to see the movie, if nothing else, just for the historical context about how involved this man, Victor Bout, was in the world in committing atrocities, in promoting civil war, and costing the lives of tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of individuals, and of course, leading to the death of American citizens, which is why he was in jail. And we got Brittany Griner instead. So we get to get basketball. Yay! We'll talk about that a little bit more as well, especially if I can get my chat up. But one thing that I can say is working is you can, of course, call into the program at 607-242-9247. Again, 607-242-9247. Please call in. It seems like the chat is not coming up live, and I apologize for that. But call in and tell us what you think about any of the issues, whether you agree or disagree. Just be respectful, and we'll be happy to hear what you have to say. But as always, we like to start off with what's happening internationally in the world so that we can then better understand what's happening in the United States and the impact of the United States on the rest of the world. And we'll talk a little bit about that. One of the big things that we haven't heard about And all the news that's going on, when everyone is focused on the debt ceiling, which of course will be increased, it happens every time. The government may shut down for a week, but we will see that the debt ceiling will be passed. The United States will spend more than $31 trillion. Joe Biden will continue to spend and money will be printed and inflation will increase. That's going to happen. But that's where the media wants you to focus right now. But there are things that the media doesn't want you to remember. They don't want you to focus on what happened in the recent past. What am I talking about? Well, how about the fact that tensions with Iran continue to escalate as part of the escalation around the world, and falling in line with what we have said on this channel is a 3 simultaneous regional war outlook. We are seeing that China is increasing its tensions. We have seen the Western Europe with Ukraine and Russia, and now we are seeing that, of course, Iran continues to escalate its actions. There's an area in the Middle East, which is called the Strait of Hormuz. It's about 11 miles wide. About a third to 3/4 of all of the world's oil gets through that strait. And this is what powers the world. This is why we see every nation, as much as you want to talk about wind power and solar, the fact is oil and natural gas are what are running the power in the world. And that comes through the Middle East. It comes through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has direct access to. And they have been using that access, the fact that it passes right by them and it's so narrow, to be able to capture and take over international trades, various oil tankers and shipping containers. And they have done that with increased frequency over the last 2 years. And that's why we see that the United States this week went out and they had, along with the French and the United Kingdom, they had their naval fleets go through the Strait of Hormuz as a show of power and to counter the actions of Iran. That's a fact. But what is also a fact is the reaction that Iran has had about that, as we can see from this article from the Times of Israel, a left-leaning publication. And one of the most important things they mentioned is, and I think I have it highlighted, Iran's official news agency, the IRNA, on yesterday, quoted Abbas Gholamshami, a rear admiral in the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Navy, as saying that the force that the IRGC, have full control over all vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, that they have control of the supply of oil in the world. This is important and you should be paying attention to it. The United States news media isn't paying attention to this. The United States media isn't telling you about this. They really should. Because Iran is saying that they can shut down the energy of the world, that they can restrict where oil is going in the world, and that if they do so, this will cause problems. This will increase the recession. It will deepen the recession. It will impede and harm Americans' lives, not just in the cost of the gas for your car, but also for the energy just to turn on your lights. It means that going to the hospital will be more expensive. Businesses will have to charge more to be able to make the goods that you want, not just in the United States, but around the globe. It is an attack economically on the United States and in terms of our energy. And since the United States is now an energy-dependent nation, as opposed to being energy independent, as we recently were under the past presidency, under Biden, we have become energy dependent, which means this statement by the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is a known and worldwide identified sponsor of terror, the single largest sponsor of terror in the world, they are now telling us that they will select which ships go through the Strait of Hormuz and therefore control energy. This is big news. And this is in the face of the fact that the United States had, I believe it was a missile ship. We had the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet were going through with the British and the French navies, saying that they would protect ships there. We had a guided missile destroyer. So this is a big deal. This is important news. And I want you to think about that for a second. The mainstream media, when is this happening up? I hope everyone can hear me fine. Again, I can't see the comments at the moment. The system is acting up. Oh, there it is. We have a comment coming, I believe it's from Dow. Again, I can't see the comments directly. Dow is mentioning that Strait of Hormuz will be dominated by Israel, by Iran. Very, very likely covering the strong distance supply line. Yeah, I know my mic is going funny. I'm trying to fix that. Hang on a second. Come on. One moment. I'm trying to fix it. It's one of those things. Everything goes wrong at once. And it all goes wrong when I go live. I apologize. I'm not sure why. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 7. That should be a little bit better. And now let me know if it's a little bit better. Again, I can't see comments until I type. And I apologize. It's some days we go live with one man system. We try and run everything. Sometimes technology. Oh no, it's not the connection. I don't know what it is. Something that's supposed to. But that being said, I hope it's a little bit better for you now. And but yes, I think this is very important to understand that even as the United States, United Kingdom, even as France, Europe, and all of our allies are trying to say that they're going to maintain the flow of energy around the world. Iran is saying, oh, there it is. Now it's better. Again, I don't know what's going on with this. But what we're saying is that Iran is saying, no, that's not going to happen. That they are going to become the United States and the rest of the world. And the United States, because we are not energy independent anymore, because we are now dependent on oil. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. I don't know what's going on with audio right now. 1 second, folks. I apologize. Come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is that better? I think that should be better. Yep. It's something internal. I don't know what's going on. Could be the microphone dying. There goes $500. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Hang on a moment, folks. I'm going to try and switch microphones real quick here. See if we can get a better response. I apologize for this. I try to take care of these things ahead of time, but all right. Oh, there we go. Much better. Yeah, it was the microphone. Seems my microphone was dying. I hate that. But I think that should resolve that, so now you should be able to hear me fine. I apologize. It's when you go live, things just happen. So and it's one man working the whole system. So there you go. But that being said, I think you should be able to hear me fine now. So we're seeing this, and I think this is very important because the news media, the American news media, the international news media are very different. American news media does not want to let Americans think that there is anything that is happening that will affect their lives. This will directly affect your life. Iran is making a challenge against the United States directly and telling us they do not respect the sovereignty of the United States, the ability of America to be able to get energy, that the dependence on oil is something that they control, not OPEC, not the United States, not France. No nation has control except them because they control the Strait of Hormuz. And you are not being told about this. That's really important to understand. That they're not telling you about this, because if they did tell you, then you would have to consider energy will become more expensive. And as we have seen since 2021, as the cost of energy has increased some 62% since February of 2021, the cost, inflation has gone up some 17%. And even as we get told, well, it's not as bad as the worst it has been in the last 2 years, it is still far, far worse than 2019, 2018, 2017. It is far, far worse than we have been used to or need to be. So this is a big threat to us. Dow mentions it's like the media coping and not reporting on Bakhmut. They know Americans will be largely frustrated that once more our government has flushed away our tax dollars in a debacle. Yes, I agree. This is another failure of both diplomacy as well as international policy. The United States is not strong. But in this case, because the United States has failed in its interactions with Iran, this is now affecting the rest of the world. The EU is now being squeezed both by Russia denying natural gas through Germany and Poland, but also now we have Iran, an ally of Russia, an ally of China, that is putting further restrictions on the amount of oil and gas going through to the rest of the world. Now, China is not affected by this. Iran isn't affected by this. Russia aren't affected by this because they are working together to get oil and gas through Russia, through Iran to China. They have their agreements. That's one of the reasons why the Russian economy has not failed, even though the sanctions so strong that it would be seen around the world, it would devastate the Russian economy. That's what we were promised by Joe Biden back in 2021, has not materialized. In fact, they're doing better today than they were in 2021. So this complete failure has been helping China, it has been helping Iran, and it is helping Russia. We need to pay attention to this. Major news media has nothing to say about it. They're not paying attention to this. They don't want you to pay attention to this. They want to talk about something like the debt ceiling. And think about it. The debt ceiling isn't really going to help. It's not a factor. As much as people are talking about it, we know that at some point, Republicans and Democrats will come together and they will pass the debt ceiling. They will increase the amount of spending, and we will get closer and closer to the $50 trillion target that the Biden administration has set for America. We're getting closer and closer to having more debt in national debt than 2/3 of all of the world's governments combined. That's important to understand. Combined. We are getting closer and closer to becoming a banana republic, having so much debt and so much inflation, we can never keep up. And I think it's important to mention that because the answer is not just to keep raising the debt ceiling. It is to cut the spending of the government, to cut the entitlements. Entitlements like waiving away college debt. I'm sorry, it's not the individual debt of American citizens. It is the debt of certain individuals that they have accepted and they have to pay back. That's not something for every random American to pay for. I, at 55, should not be paying for the college debt of random 18-year-olds. That's their choice. I've already made my choice. I've already paid my debts in terms of college. I don't need to pay for an 18-year-old who's deciding to learn lesbian dance theory. That's not my cost. I shouldn't have to bear that. And if they can't get a job with a degree in lesbian dance theory or African studies, then that's not my problem. Take a different degree. Learn a different skill. Better yet, become an electrician, become a carpenter, become a plumber, become a machinist, things that we absolutely need in America and that there is an absolute dearth of. Do something that will actually have a benefit for the nation, not my cost. And we have to be energy independent. We have to factor that in. We must become energy independent again, because it not only helps the American economy in terms of being able to control the cost of energy in the United States, but it means that we can then help our allies in Europe, like France, like Germany, to be able to supply them with natural gas, to supply them with energy so that they aren't at the whims of Russia or China. And when they are no longer dependent on keeping their people from freezing to death or from dying of heat because of energy being withheld from them, then they are able to stand up to aggressive military policies of China, of Russia. It's all interrelated, folks. You can't forget one without forgetting the other. Now, I think this is very important. The DNC, there's a couple of comments. I'm trying to keep up with the comments, folks. And again, I can't see them and scroll backwards, so I'm trying to read them as we go. And I think it is important that we have a strong leader, whether that's Tim Scott, whether that's Ron DeSantis, whether that's President Trump. That's for us to decide going forward. And of course, I want to hear all their voices, but I think it's very important to understand what is happening now. The answer is we can't keep going down this road. We can't keep trying to be distracted because this distraction is not helping us. Think about it. We know for a fact, as seen in this article from Bloomberg, that providing F-16 fighters to the Ukraine, they believe, in the opinion of James Starvis, this is worth it. It is important to do. That we have to give the Ukraine F-16s, just like we gave them M1 Abrams tanks. But we should also keep in mind, there was a reason why the United States was opposed to giving tanks to the Ukrainians, why they were opposed to giving F-16s to the Ukrainians. And now, as is highlighted by this opinion piece from Bloomberg, why are we shifting our position? It's one of the most important and critical questions. Why is the Biden administration shifting its position after months upon more than a year of opposing giving fighters, F-16s or M1 Abrams, to the Ukrainians at all? Well, it's kind of answered by the fact of the breaking news. Because we don't trust Ukraine. Because we think that the Ukraine will use the tanks, will use the F-16s, not just against the Russians in defending the Ukraine government, but that the Ukraine will go on an expansion of its borders, that they will try and take over territory. That doesn't mean it's limited to just Russia, but also trying to taking over territory in other nations as well. They are a threat to Poland, to Belarus. They are a threat to Moldavia, to all the nations in that region. Let us remember that as much as we are told we must support the Ukraine government, we have to remember the Ukraine government is notable as a corrupt government. that they are not good guys. They're better than the Russians, absolutely, but they're not good. This isn't some kind of democratic flag-waving constitutional government. They are corrupt. They have always been corrupt. And giving them more power is a dangerous tightrope. We want them to win in their proxy war for the United States against Russia, but at the same time, we don't want them to be too powerful. They are dangerous. Now, I know Mike Bowie, many people think that Joe Biden is doing his actions in a concerted effort to destroy America, to become like the Democratic Socialists of America, as stated by Cori Bush and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Anna Presley, and Jamal Bowman, that they have said that they want to destroy the Constitution. They want to remove the Constitution and rewrite the rights and freedoms of American citizens. That is the Democratic Socialists of America. That is their stated goal. This is what the progressives want. They want to remove all the rights and freedoms we have had for over 250 years, and now they want to put in their very different view. Their view that is approved by the World Economic Forum, their view that is approved by the UN, a viewpoint that would lower the quality of life in the United States, lower the standards and rights of individuals in favor of equity. A system where various categories of people, not individuals, but categories of people, are going to be prioritized arbitrarily. Remember, it used to be that, well, we have to protect black people in America. Then we have to protect gay people. Now we have to protect trans people. It may be that we have to worry about fat people. Or it's going to be, there's a never-ending list of individuals that have to be more important than anyone else based on an arbitrary thing. Whether it's your sexual preference, whether it's your looks, your appearance, whether it's based on your sexuality or based on your color of skin, it's an always changing system. And that's the problem. That is the massive problem here. And we are seeing it in what we are seeing with the F-16s. This is increasing the amount of war that is going to be happening for a long time. It is drawing the United States in. By giving M1 Abrams tanks, by giving F-16s, we are moving away from having a proxy economic war with Russia, which we have lost, because Russia is doing better economically than before we started. We're now moving into, logistically, we are starting a ground war. We are introducing troops into the Ukraine because we have to train these individuals. We have to maintain these vehicles. The Ukrainians can't do it themselves. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the technology. They don't have the sophistication. We need to do this, and that means we are slowly but steadily increasing our presence in the Ukraine, and that means we're going to be directly involved in a ground war. We have said this before when it came to talking about the Leopard 2 and the M1 Abrams deal. We've been talking about this for quite some time. We're losing the ability to maintain an economic proxy war through Ukraine, and slowly and steadily, by the Ukraine taking advantage of the United States, taking advantage of the policies of the United States, they're drawing us into a war to fight for them. Now, people may disagree with me on this. There may be individuals who say, well, Mike, it doesn't matter whether or not we have boots on the ground or whether we're fighting economically. We're going to have this conversation. Hello, Hot Chicks, by the way. Hello, Agent Black as well, and Mike Bowie. I did see you guys. I think it's very important to understand. We have lost the proxy war economically. And that's because we have pushed, the Biden administration has pushed Russia to work with China and work with Iran. All these nations are directly opposed and aligned against the United States. And in affecting the energy independence of Europe and the United States by having the United States compete with Germany and France and Europe and even the United Kingdom, for the limited amounts of oil in the world, we are effectively driving up the price. We are inflating the cost for everyone in the world when we don't have to, which makes more tensions within NATO, that makes more tensions with our allies as we are competing for the same resource. And it's making it worse for everyone. You may disagree with me, but I believe that the reason why we are seeing M1 Abrams tanks and now F-16s, we're going to have UN advisors. UN advisors, which means U.S. troops. 80% of the advisors sent into conflict zones around the world are U.S. American troops. This is how we are going to have Americans fighting in the Ukraine against Russia. You may say, Mike, you're wrong. That's fantastic. But look at our history. This is exactly how we got into Vietnam. France was fighting against the Viet Cong, the communist movement into Vietnam. And what happened? The French were losing. The United States was having a proxy war there. We were supporting France to defeat communism through the Viet Cong. France was losing. The United States sent in advisors. And our advisors, the number of advisors increased and increased and increased. Our economic support turned into physical support, having troops there. Through these advisors, France left and the United States continued to fight in Vietnam up until the end of the war in 1975, when we retreated in what is now the second worst retreat of the United States in the world. It has only been the dismissal, the removal of the United States at Saigon was the worst retreat in the history of American existence up until Joe Biden decided to run away from Afghanistan, and then surpassed the embarrassment and the ramifications of what we saw in Saigon. But it is the same scenario that we are seeing in the Ukraine. Agent Black, our friend in the United Kingdom, is saying anyone who can't see the deliberate nature of the destruction has their head in the sand and can't see the 40K view. 4K view. Okay, I get you. And I understand why our friends in the United Kingdom would see this as, well, Joe Biden is destroying things. This is why Joe Biden is not respected around the world. That people have a problem with Joe Biden. Why, even in America, 58% of Democrats, forget the rest of America, 58% of Democrats do not see him as being an effective leader, and in fact consider him to be too old, too weak, and too distracted to properly run the country. And that doesn't add confidence. It doesn't add confidence in the United States, let alone around the rest of the world, which is accelerating this. This is why Iran thinks that they can threaten the Strait of Hormuz, something that they have never, they did under the Obama administration. But separate of the Obama administration and now the Biden administration, Iran has never tried to take over the Strait of Hormuz because they knew the international pressure would be greater than anything they could handle. Yet now we see the IRGC, the single largest supporter of terrorism in the world, is telling us that that terrorist organization, that is Iran, has control. This is not good for you. This is not good for me. This is a problem, folks. Now, I'm more than happy to hear from anyone, whether libertarian, conservative, Republican, Democrat, progressive, even the Green Party, the Democratic Socialists of America, can call in to 607-242-9247 and to say, Mike, I think you're wrong. You misunderstand. That America will not put troops on the ground, even though we're giving tanks to a nation that doesn't know how to build or run those tanks. Even though we're giving planes to a nation that doesn't know how to run an F-16. They don't have the equipment for it. They don't have the mechanics for it. But yet, that's okay. That's not going to bring in more troops. That NATO won't put in advisors, or the United States won't put in advisors to help them out. If you think I am wrong on that, please, I'd love to hear your logic, how America avoids slowly but steadily adding troops to that conflict, at the same time having to worry about what Iran is doing in terms of our energy dependence. And at the same time, we are seeing China that is going, which is aggressively militarizing, doubling the size of its navy at the time that the United States is shrinking its navy. And Japan and South Korea know this. They're building up their armies and their militaries. We have 3 major regions that look by 2027 to all be actively in warfare. That is what we believe on this channel. And we do understand, as Agent Black is pointing out, that the Biden administration is flawed at the very least. We know that it's been documented over and over and checked and verified. There are direct connections between the Biden family and international interests that aren't necessarily in the best interests of the United States. There are direct ties between China, Ukraine, and several other nations influencing the Biden administration via Hunter Biden. We've seen the bank accounts. We have seen the reporting by multiple different news agencies on the left and on the right. It is now irrefutable to say that there is some level of influence that is coming from foreign countries, in particular China, on the Biden administration, that they have bought influence via Hunter Biden to access Joe Biden. The evidence is overwhelming, and it is evidence that has been found on the left and the right in news investigations, and the DOJ has listed up 400 charges based on the evidence that we know about. God knows what we don't know about. But yet they choose not to do this, which again weakens the confidence of Americans in our government, and therefore weakens the world's view of the United States, which increases the global instability. These things are all connected. And yes, hot chicks, I agree with you that Joe Biden is no ally to Israel, our only ally in the Middle East. He has been so desperate in trying to get the Iran nuclear deal back in place, which is something he continues to try and get in place, even as Iran has been poisoning its own women and children. Think about that. Again, yet another issue that has gone to the wayside that no longer gets talked about in the United States news media, but the world is aware of, that Iran was poisoning young girls going to school to learn how to read and how to write because they dared to go to school, because they dared to become educated. Iran poisoned them. This is on top of killing women because they didn't wear a hijab, a head covering. Because some women didn't wear a head covering, as the religious laws in Iran require, those women were killed, beaten to death by the government. Not by random individuals, not by just religious fanatics, by the government of Iran. And in the face of that, Joe Biden said, I'm very upset. America's upset. A bunch of women organizations, National Organization of Women and others, said that's an atrocity. It's terrible. And let's talk about something else next week. And they let it go. Think about that. They let it go. This is their primary issues. They're the ones talking about feminism, first, fifth wave, third wave feminism, and yet they let it go. And our friends in Israel have been fighting tooth and nail to keep Iran from getting nuclear weapons, that they have been making us aware of all of these atrocities that keep happening in Iran. And instead of talking about that and talking with our ally, Joe Biden keeps trying to make a deal with Iran because it looks good in the history books. Even as Iran is making new deals through China with Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Middle East, gaining more power, threatening Israel, Europe, and the United States. This is terrifying stuff, folks. This is terrifying when you start looking at the big picture and looking at the connections and seeing how the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration has negatively impacted the world for the next decade to come. The actions they have taken are inevitable. You cannot stop the dominoes that have already been started to fall. It is impossible to stop that. Let me try and explain what I mean by this. We've seen the dominoes started falling when Joe Biden failed, when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris failed with Afghanistan. They abandoned somewhere between, we believe, 5,000 to 9,000 Americans. We are going by the lowest number on this channel. In the years that we have been following this, we have been quoting the lowest numbers possible, which are 5,000 Americans. It may be as many as 9,000 Americans were abandoned as Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, leaving behind billions of dollars of weapons, cash, ammunition, and facilities that the Taliban took over. They released the Taliban. We gave the keys to the prisons, holding in the worst of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Taliban prisoners. And when Joe Biden ran away, not only did he create the first terrorist army and nation in the world, which is the Taliban, not only did he allow the Taliban to oppress women, which is why we don't talk about Afghanistan. All the women's organizations no longer talk about women in Afghanistan and their rights and freedoms because they don't have them. We stopped talking about that. Not only did he do that, not only did he give them weapons and arm them, not only did he allow them to release the prisoners, but he abandoned 5,000 Americans. Now, ISIS and Al-Qaeda would leave Afghanistan and go into Africa, which is why we now see an increase in the number of warlords. We see civil strife. We see governments being toppled, like in Burkina Faso, a nation small, but something that most Americans don't notice. But it is important because their civil war was starting because of the influence of ISIS, prisoners that had been released because Joe Biden ran away. Because Joe Biden allowed the Taliban to take over. See those dominoes and how they've affected people? And it gets worse. Because then we saw the Ukraine. When Russia saw that America was willing to run away and leave its own people behind, Russia decided to then take action in the Ukraine because they had nothing to fear. A nation that will not protect its own people is a nation you don't need to fear because they don't plan on doing anything. They will run away. They are cowardly. Joe Biden is cowardly. And so Russia went into the Ukraine because they had nothing to fear from the United States. And the reaction of Russia going into the Ukraine was Joe Biden going onto NBC with Lester Holt in February of 2022 and telling the American people, run away. Find your own way home. He told 10,000, the numbers could be as high as 20,000, but we're, again, going by the lowest numbers that are confirmed, 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine. He told them and their mothers and children, find your own way home. The United States government will not help you. We have a C-130 in Ramstein, Germany, 2.5 hours away from the Ukraine. They could have flown into Kiev day after day, week after week. They could have gone in and gotten any of the American children and got them out. We could have saved thousands of lives before the war started or at the beginning of the war. And Joe Biden instead told Lester Holt, figure it out for yourself. You're on your own. That he was more than willing to allow Americans to die in a war zone because he wasn't willing to protect them, just like Afghanistan, which told Russia, that told Iran, that told China and North Korea that they had nothing to fear. And so the war escalated. and the regions. And after that, we saw that's when China started reigniting and telling directly to the world that they were going to land physically, that they were going to invade Taiwan and they were going to physically take over Taiwan. They just didn't tell us when, but they definitely told us they're going to do it. And then we had a record number of missiles, rockets, and ICBMs fired by North Korea. Hypersonic weapons that we cannot stop, threatening Europe, Israel, and the United Kingdom and the United States. This is important to understand, folks. This is critical to understand how these dominoes have fell. And now, in 2023, this has happened once per year under the Biden administration. First came Afghanistan in 2021. Then came Ukraine in 2022. Now in 2023, we have the Sudan, the third time where the United States government ran away from a conflict and left thousands of Americans. We knew that there were somewhere around 15,000 Americans in the Sudan, a nation that most people can't point to. Most Americans cannot find this nation in a map of Africa. They have no idea where it is. And yet there were 15,000 Americans there. Joe Biden grabbed 70 diplomats, the embassy, and flew them out with 100 U.S. military, flew them out of the nation, and as they were flying away, told the Americans, figure it out for yourselves. The backlash was so bad that the United States went back in. And at the time, when there was a temporary ceasefire, when India got 2,400 of its people to be able to fly out during a ceasefire, flew their people out, 2,400 people in a week, actually 3 days. The United Kingdom got 2,200 of their people out of the Sudan in 3 days. And the United States got 300 people. 300. Not 1,000, not 2,000, not leading the world in getting their people and getting our people and getting out of the situation, a civil conflict. No. We got 300 people. About 600% less than the United Kingdom or India. We were the worst at getting our people home, and we told everyone in Sudan the same thing we told them in Afghanistan, the same thing we told them in Ukraine. Figure it out for yourself. Find your own way home. And it's gotten so bad that now we can see, as Reuters put in its article from 3 days ago, May 18th, that we're going to Chad, and we're now trying to help Sudanese refugees. The United States is trying to give aid and comfort to refugees while 15,000 Americans remain in that country. The news media will not talk about Afghanistan. They will not talk about the Ukraine. And now they won't talk about Sudan. They'll talk about Sudanese refugees, not Americans in Sudan. Look at this article. This is here for you. 60,000 Sudanese refugees, mostly women and children, have poured over the border since April 15th. This is where the concern is in the United States. We're talking about the nation of Chad. Again, another African nation. Most Americans don't even know where it is. Powell is will speak with the U.S. government, supported, and other UN and non-governmental organizations and humanitarian partners working to provide guidance to refugees and host communities. Think about this. They're not mentioning there are Americans still in the Sudan, that there are 15,000 Americans. In fact, if we look at this, and if you look it up, and you can do this yourself, and I will refresh this live so you guys can see this like I am. Americans in Sudan. That's all you need to do. Put it into Google and its algorithm, and you will see that after 3 weeks ago, every single major news media in America stopped talking about Sudan. You will not see them mention it. The American news media will not tell you anything because there are thousands of Americans, again, being abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. Thousands. Again, for the third time. Maybe the first time, no one understood the consequences. Or maybe they didn't actually think there were 9,000 Americans in Afghanistan that were left behind. You can make that argument. It's not true. It's not accurate. But you can make that argument if you want to. Then to follow it up with what happened in Ukraine. Maybe they thought that the Americans in Ukraine could get over to Germany, that they would escape to Poland, that they'd be able to get out because it was a much more stable nation. Maybe that's what you think. Maybe you think they had the resources. So maybe that's the second one. Now it's the third time. It's the Sudan. And we are seeing the same thing, the same set of dominoes fall. The foreign nation goes into chaos. Americans are told, figure it out for yourselves. The news media stops talking about it. This is terrifying, folks. This is terrifying, and you should be upset. Every American under the Biden-Harris administration, under the Democrats and the move towards progressive ideology, you are not safe anywhere in the world. And if American citizens aren't safe, that you have to fear that the American government will just forget you, then what are our allies looking at? When Japan is looking at America, seeing them leave thousands upon thousands, over 30,000 Americans in hell zones, in war zones, they have to wonder, if America won't help American citizens in a war zone, then why will America support the 1960 treaty to protect Japan? Why would they have any confidence in that? We're leaving 30,000 Americans in active war zones around the world in nations like Afghanistan, where there are literally 3 terrorist organizations, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban, that are actively looking to kill Americans and have been looking to kill Americans for decades. And they left them there. And you think that that same American government, that same American ideology is going to come and help Japan to fight China? That we see a connection, that Joe Biden is getting money from China, that he is selling his influence to China. And we're supposed to help Japan. That's why Japan is spending $325 billion to make an army unilaterally to protect themselves. The first time since World War II. Again, the American news media does not want you to think about this. They do not want you to discuss this, but you don't have to trust me. You can search it for yourself. You can see the evidence 3 weeks ago, and then they stopped. They don't want to talk about this. It has been a month. They do not want you to realize that Sudan is just like Ukraine, is just like Afghanistan. It is no longer just something that happened. This is a policy. This is the international policy of the Biden-Harris administration, of Democrats and progressives in government at this time. If something is happening around the world, run away, forget the people, it doesn't matter. And the media will cover it up. They will hide it from the American people so you don't realize your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, those in the military and those that are civilians are going to die in a foreign land, not because the United States government isn't powerful, but because the United States government doesn't care. Again, if there is any Democrat, any progressive, anyone who supports Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that thinks that I am wrong in the evidence that we have shown since 2021 on this, in terms of Afghanistan, if the evidence we have provided about the Ukraine war since 2022, and now about the Sudan, as I am showing it to you live, if you want to dispute this, I will be happy to do so. Please show me the internationally credible source that says that the United States government has gotten 9,000 people out of Afghanistan, that we have gotten 10,000 to 20,000 Americans out of the Ukraine, that we have gotten 15,000 Americans out of the Sudan. Please show me the evidence where the United States government is working or actually doing that. I dare you, because it doesn't exist. Hello, Stacy. It's always good to see you. Thank you for watching the program. So I say these things because they are important, folks, because we have to understand this is affecting the world's view. And as the world is less confident that America will do what America has done in the past, as they have less confidence of the ability of the Americans, of American government, to stand up for the American principles and people, the world goes into chaos. It militarizes. Inflation increases. The demand for energy and stockpiling of food increases at the same time that there is less available. That creates recessions, and that causes potentially a depression. And you need to prepare for that. And we believe on this channel that by 2025, possibly 2027, in that time frame, we are going to see more active physical conflicts throughout the world. Because we are in the logistics phase of 3 simultaneous regional conflicts. And all the evidence seems to be pointing to it. But I know some people are saying, well, Mike, that's so far away, I don't know. Some people are saying, okay, fantastic. Thank you, Dow. Many people are saying, well, Mike, that's so far away. I don't know any of these nations in Africa. Don't know anything about them. Don't know anything about the Middle East. Ukraine, that's somewhere in Europe. Don't know anything about that. Many Americans don't care because they can't find these countries on a map and they don't know where they are. They just say, well, that's not important. I'm worried about America. Fantastic. You're worried about America? Are you paying attention to what's happening in the southern border? Because it's the same thing. See, you may think, well, the numbers are doing better. See, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they're actually doing their job. Kamala Harris, in March of 2021, was made the border czar. She was the immigration czar. It was her job to take care of the southern border, to decrease the number of illegal aliens entering into America, criminals violating our law. That was her job, her only job. That was the only job she's been given up until this week, when she was told to deal with AI. That's it. She has 2 jobs. That's it. And what has she been doing? Well, she's been trying to raise money for Joe Biden. And when she does speak anywhere in the world, she's made things worse. But she hasn't dealt with the problem in the southern border. So we saw that as Title 42 ended, 10,000 illegal aliens per day. So many illegal aliens that the city of Chicago can't handle it. City of Chicago is going berserk over 8,000 illegal aliens in a year. New York City is freaking out because they got 16,000 illegal aliens that they invited in, and they got that in a year. And it's going to cost them $1 billion in New York City to put up these illegal aliens into 3-star and 4-star hotels. Something that drives this channel nuts. Why we're spending $60,000 per illegal alien, I have no understanding. I don't know how the people of New York City will allow this with the practical progressive thinking that this is cost effective. I don't understand. But we had 10,000 per day. And then the number dropped to about 4,000 per day. And people said, well, maybe it's because Joe Biden got it right. That somehow just telling the illegal aliens, having Joe Biden and Kamala Harris say, no, don't come to the border, that suddenly stopped it. All the illegal aliens said, oh, well, they said the border's closed. Can't go. For the first time in decades, These illegal aliens are listening to the president going, well, they said we can't cross, so I guess we can't cross. Are you kidding me? Is anyone serious here? So we see that the answer is the reason why the numbers dropped when the news media was looking, at the moment that the news media was looking, then it stopped. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss. May I ask what's your first name?
Mike, it's me, John. How are you?
Hey, John, what's going on?
Not much, Mike. Not much. Wanted to call into the show. Got a bit of a rant. Here's a question for you. When is the primary?
Which primary?
Right.
Republican primary?
Yes.
Next year.
This year. When is it this year? Is it July or June?
Usually they're usually late June, early. Oh, locally. You're talking about local. That'll be June.
So, I got a bit of a complaint here. I saw two people who are very politically active, and they're taking a vacation to Mexico when the primary is right around the corner, and they're supposed to be working on campaigns.
Wait a minute. So
now
you're talking about Republicans or Democrats? Or,
yes.
Okay.
Right. You would think that within a primary coming up, an election coming up, as someone who worked in politics previously, right, as you know, I wouldn't take 3 months off from the primary because I would be so dedicated to working it, you would think, right? Fair to say?
You would think so, yeah.
And you're taking a long vacation, and you're supposed to be, leaders for the party. You're supposed to be leaders. It sets a bad precedent to me. And it kind of shows the mentality of all these young political kids right now out there. Because it's not just them. I've seen multiple people do this. It's like people seem to talk a big game, and they can never go through with it.
Well, they don't. It's kind of like what we're seeing with Biden right now. They don't expect anyone to call them out. They expect everyone to forget, just like the Americans in the Sudan, just like the Americans in Afghanistan. You're supposed to forget. You're not supposed to think about it. So I'm assuming that you're talking about members of either the Paul Battisti campaign for DA, or it'd be Michael Korchak for DA on the Republican side. One of these individuals are on a vacation.
Yeah. And it's it's not just them. Like I said, there's multiple people, but it boggles my mind because for a long time, I didn't take a vacation, right? Because I knew how, especially when I was out in Arizona, those races were so tight, and we need to register as many voters as we can. I told my people, you cannot take a vacation for 2 months. After the primary, I'll give you 3 days off, which is generous considering the amount of work we were doing. But and I see a lot of this in DC too. It's like you work in politics, but you don't care enough about your party. And it kind of shows why we're losing, right? We need to get people who are dedicated, who are going to put in those long hours, right?
I would think so. I mean, I would think that that's important. That if you want to win the election, you're going to be out talking to the people and being around the people, not sitting on a beach having, mind you, I love being on a beach. It's great to get a suntan. I understand everyone wants that, except your constituents aren't on the beach with you. New York, Binghamton, New York, Southern Tier, New York, we don't have beach. We're not California. So it doesn't make sense to me why anyone, any candidate, or any of the people working for that campaign, you obviously don't have confidence, it would seem.
Yeah. It's a disingenuous service to the people because it's working on a campaign is not just service to the candidate, it's to the people. You believe that this candidate is going to put out the best for your community, right?
Well, ideally. And many of the supporters, and I've worked alongside many campaigns privately as an individual. I know you've done so as well. You see supporters come in, people volunteer, they make phone calls and such because they believe this is the best thing. This is the best person. I mean, I know people who
Yeah.
were campaigning for Biden, and I know people who campaigned for Trump or various members of Congress. They did it because they thought they were the best person. And if that best person, if their team are like, oh, that's great, you go do something, I'm going to go over and get a suntan, that's disrespectful. That's an
It is.
insult.
It is, and especially because to me that's saying you don't believe in the candidate that much, or you're just like, oh, it's an afterthought. You're spending all this time, and you're like, oh, it's an afterthought.
Well, they don't believe in their people enough. They don't believe in their supporters. They don't believe in their candidate, or God forbid, if it's the candidate themselves, they have no trust or confidence or faith in their people. They don't care. They think so little of their supporters and the constituents that they're going to leave when at the time they should be telling people why you should care. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just these individuals, it's a lot of people. I think it's with my generation, and I think you hit the nail on the head. As I always say, you and me will go deeper, right? We understand that actions have consequences, how things look to other people, if you even, spend some critical thinking skills. But my generation doesn't want to do that.
But you have to. You have to.
Absolutely. You have to. Yeah. No, completely. You have to.
It's like my comparison to the Biden-Harris administration when it comes to either the southern border or Afghanistan. They don't want you to pay attention. If they don't care enough, they think you're so dumb that if they don't mention the problem, you think it's gone away. Oh, those Americans, they must have come home because no one's talking about it. No, they're still there. Oh, the border, there must be no problem because no one's talking about it. So all the illegal aliens must have gone back home. Didn't happen.
They don't want us to critical think. This is what they're programming us not to do, right?
I got to ask, which campaign is this?
Doesn't want us to do. This is what the educators don't want us to do. They don't want us to critically think anymore. Because once we start critically thinking and asking questions and, participating in democracy, that's when everything for them falls apart. You question, like you said, what's going on in Afghanistan? What's going on with this? What's going on with that?
Well, I'd have to think that whichever candidate in their support team, if they care so little about their constituents, that they're not going to be here at the primary when it's important for people to make a decision based on the qualities and character of the candidate. What are they going to do if they get the job? Are they going to, when things get tough, are they going to go and take a vacation then too? Are they going to just throw out the concerns of all the constituents and just say, I know you got a problem, but I'll figure it out after I get back?
Right, because a lot of these volunteers and campaign workers go on to be staffers and things like that. That's setting up. What happens if they are put in, right? You're completely on the money.
You got to tell me, which campaign was it? Which campaign is it?
Yeah, it's just very sad. It's very sad, and it's something I saw on social media, and it bugged me. That's why I called in, because I know your show it's a 100% free speech show.
As soon as I figure out which campaign it is, I'm going to call them out by name. I don't care that they're Republicans. I don't care if they're Democrats or
I'm not going to
name
names or do campaigns, but it'll be pretty easy to find. But it's mind-boggling to me that this at all occurs when you're a proponent and you're out there, working for the campaign. You're doing things. You're publicly in the media for it, and you're gonna take a vacation, to another country. Just mind-boggling to me. And I'm glad I'm not the only one here, because I at first I was like, well, let them live their lives, and I thought, wait a minute, this is a disservice to their constituents.
Wait a minute, they're not even taking a vacation in the United States. This candidate is going outside the country? They're going to another country?
It's not a candidate. It's some staff. Or it's campaign. I don't know if they're volunteers or whatever, but they work very heavily with the campaign.
Okay.
And it's 2 months away.
It's insulting. It's insulting.
It is. And I understand it's not the candidate, but you are representing the candidate, right? Your staffers Or if you're working on the campaign volunteering, you become, it's a responsibility too. You become part of that campaign. You are part of that candidate, right?
Yeah.
On some level. And that's what boggles my mind, that it's like, oh, primaries, what? I can understand taking it afterwards too, right?
Well, that would make sense. Afterwards, you need a break. I'm not saying people don't need a break. Let's be clear. It's not that you don't have a break.
But it's 1 month away from the primary. I don't even think it is. It's pretty close to the primary.
Well, we're talking about less than a month. Yeah.
Right.
It's critical. This is crunch time. This is when you need to, this is the most critical time before an election. You don't see, it's like someone running for president, and in September or October, they decide, oh, I'm on vacation. That would never happen. And if you did, no one would have trust and faith in that candidate. It's like, wait a minute, it's a month before the election. You're going on vacation. Don't you care? Don't you want to answer the questions of the constituents? People, no matter where you are, no matter what candidate you support, I don't care if they're a Democrat, progressive, libertarian, conservative, Republican. If your candidates are going on vacation before an election, like a month before an election, and they're saying, it's time for me to take a break, when they're supposed to be there to tell you what's going on, if their staff, who are the ones who are supposed to answer your questions and provide you the information, if they're taking a vacation a month before the election, you should really critically question whether you want to support that candidate. And again, I don't care what party they're in. They don't respect you.
And again, I don't know how involved. I'm pretty sure I don't know if they're volunteers or staffers, but it doesn't matter, because these people have been very active and public for this candidate. They've done a lot of things for this candidate, and now it kind of looks really bad. If you're coming out and you're gonna, publicly come out and support, and then do this, it doesn't sit right with me as not only a constituent of the district, but as someone involved in politics.
It's crazy. It is very much insane that would happen. And again, I don't care what level of government it is. I don't care what party it is. You go out and you talk to the people, especially a month before the election. You don't hide from the public. You don't limit the access of the public. You increase it. I understand everyone needs a break. You take the break after the election, not before.
Right.
It just seems so simple. By the way, I do want to mention, Mike Bowie, you asked, is the DNC canceling debates? Will the DNC allow their candidates to have a debate in 2024? The answer is no. They are canceling the debates. They have no plans to sponsor debates. So again, same problem. I have a massive problem. You want to tell me you want to support the DNC, you want to support Democrats, fantastic. They don't want you to talk. They don't. It's the same problem. It's as bad as going on vacation. Oh, I need to choose who I think is the best person. Oh, you won't be able to get a debate to be able to find out. You won't be able to get access to the information to find out. How can you trust them? You know what I mean, John?
Yeah, no, I do. And I think part of the reason is they don't want Kennedy to debate, because he is not towing the classic Democratic line.
I don't care. I don't care if they have the best candidate, the worst candidate. They have Hitler Jr. running. The public deserves to hear. We're supposed to decide the best person based on the merit and experience of that person. If they won't allow you to speak, or you to hear that person speak, if they don't have their staff there to give you the information, then they don't care about you. They're considering, I believe anyone who would do that is looking at the public as if they are peons, that they are serfs. They are little better than slaves. You go and do what we tell you to do. Obey. Not choose, but obey. Vote for me because I said so. Because I have a good 30-second commercial. Because I spent a bunch of money telling you my name. Go and just vote, because you're meaningless. It is demeaning to voters to not allow debates or to cut the number of staff because, not because you ran out of money, not because you're not the best candidate and you don't have a huge staff. No, you're doing it because they think it's a vacation is more important than informing the public. That is, I'm so upset about that. I almost don't have words for it.
The only one, but I gotta go, Mike. Thanks for letting me rant on the show. Thanks for letting me call this out, because
No.
mind-boggling.
It's important. It's an important question. I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. And folks, you too can call in, just like John did, to tell us what you think about whatever issue. This call is in reference to the southern tier of New York. It is in reference to candidates in a more local race. But these things filter down from the top down. If, as an example, we see the Democratic Party, according to Newsweek, again, I'm going to the left for this information. According to Newsweek, the DNC has said they have no plans to sponsor primary debates. They're not going to give people the choice. They're going to tell people what to do. They're going to tell you who your candidate is. Some elitist that you've never heard of, that you never voted for, that you don't know their name, has made the decision for you because you're not important. That's the same thing when campaigns see, oh, I don't have to actually tell people anything. I don't have to share information with the public. I don't need informed people. When we see campaigns, local, state, federal, everyone is looking at this and saying, well, if the second one of the two major political parties in the nation is saying the public don't count, we don't have to inform them, then why do the rest of them have to spend money? If the DNC is saying the public doesn't matter anymore, just put out a 30-second ad. That's all they need. They don't need to have questions answered. They don't need to know the direction. They don't need to know a plan. They just need to be reminded. You have a D or an R or an L or a C after your name, whatever your political faction. You have your party, and therefore you're going to vote for whoever some elitist decided you're going to vote for. It's disrespectful, folks. It's insulting to you. And that is true of any state, anywhere in the nation. That is true of any party and any candidate. I don't care which one. And if your candidate disrespects you so much that they think that they can take their key personnel and deny you information a month before an election, if they think, like the DNC, that you don't need to hear the candidates tell you why they're the best choice, then I can guarantee you, in my opinion, you'll never get the best choice. And the reason why they don't want you to have information, why they don't want their people to disseminate that information, is because you probably don't have the best candidate. You probably have someone who just sucks. Now, I do put a caveat in that. If your candidate doesn't have the money, hey, they don't have the money. They can't hire people. If they can't reach people and get the volunteers, that's one thing. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about people who don't have the money. DNC has the money. They have the capability. They don't have the will. They don't have the conviction. They don't have the confidence in their candidates. They don't have the confidence in the public. And rather than let people choose, they're going to give them the choice. That is exactly the opposite of what our system is built on. That is how you create an authoritarian dictatorship. Because you take away people's choices and say, here it is. This is like what the old Soviet Union used to do. Now, when I lived in the Soviet Union, I was told about their voting principles. This is going back into 1990, in the 90s. And the Soviets, when I lived in Moscow, when I lived in Tbilisi, when I lived in Riga, they would tell me, okay, how would elections go? Oh, it's real simple. You had the candidate, and then you had a dead guy. And those were your choices. And you could vote for the dead guy if you wanted to, but he's dead. By the way, they would know who you voted for. They kept a record of who voted for who. So they knew if you voted for the dead guy or the guy that they wanted in. But it was your choice. You could vote for the dead guy, or you could vote for the guy who's alive. You have all the choices in the world. How is that not the same thing here? Oh, you don't get to hear the debate. Choose our guy. Oh, you don't get to talk to our staff and get an answer. Choose our guy. It's the same principle. It's the same system. Now, the Range Report. Hey, hi guys. It's always good to have the Liberty First Foundation with us. They said they have plenty of confidence in the electoral process. They don't need to try and win when they figured out how to guarantee a win. Well, they're playing with the numbers. And they're also playing, but see, here's the thing. That only works when you know 4 out of 10 people are going to vote. And that's why I keep telling people, your vote matters. Don't believe the lie that your vote doesn't count, that you can't change anything. That is a lie. I have seen so many races that have come down to, literally, I've seen people win and lose by 5 votes. I think there was one race that I saw where it was literally down to 2 votes. You make a difference. They're counting on you not showing up. The only reason why someone will let their key personnel, their staff, go on vacation is because they know no one's asking questions. Because they think they got it wrapped up. Because the 4 out of 10 people that are going, they already counted them up. They've already figured out who's going to vote and how they're going to vote. And they think they're going to win no matter what. They don't think all the 6 out of 10 people are going to show up and actually voice themselves. Which means they have control. They have control of you. Because if you don't go out and vote, they win. Their style of government wins. And that style of government isn't free. And we should really, really consider that. It's like what I was talking about with Mexico. They stopped talking to Americans about the southern border because they want you to think they fixed the problem. The number of illegal immigrants went down. We're done. Don't talk about it. Don't go to the border. Don't take pictures of the border. Don't take pictures of illegal aliens crossing the border. Don't show all of the children, unaccompanied minors, as they like to call it. Children. Child abuse. They don't want you to see the result of child abuse of sending a kid 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 miles by themselves with a bunch of sex slavers and drug gangs. No. They don't want you to see that. You can't take pictures of those kids in the cages that were created by the Obama administration. They won't show you that. You're supposed to think, well, the numbers dropped, so it must be okay. And that's exactly what you should be paying attention to, because even though the AP, Associated Press, which is leaning left, no one wants to pay attention to this story. The reason why the illegal aliens, and I think I have it high, here it is, the Mexican government is hiding the numbers from you. It's not that there are less illegal immigrants trying to cross the southern border. It's not because Kamala Harris finally did something. It's not because Joe Biden is paying attention. It's not because New York is spending it's because New York is spending $60,000 per illegal alien of your taxes. They decided that it was bad press for Biden. And to make Biden-Harris look good, they have been taking the illegal aliens from the border and they have moved them away. So the numbers look like they went down. They have been taking them by planes and by buses. They've been taking planefuls and buses of people at the border and they're moving them away from the border. So it looks like there's less people trying to enter America. It makes it look like Kamala Harris did something. It makes it look like Joe Biden is tough. The answer is no, they just delayed it. As they say themselves, and I see it here, so the northern part of the migration route is emptied out a bit. Again, the Associated Press confirmed Mexican flights from Matamoros, Reynosa, carrying migrants to the interior over the past week. For the last week, Title 42 ended. We were getting swamped at the beginning of the week, 10,000 people a day, and then the number dropped. Well, at that moment, the Mexican government took the people away from the border when the cameras started looking at them. When the reporters were at the border trying to tell you what was going on. What happened? The Mexican government took the people and hid them from you. Quote, the northern part of the migration route is emptied out a bit, but the southern and middle parts remain extremely full and filling up all the time. This is Adam Isaacson, Director for Defense Oversight and a close observer of the border. This is from a Washington-based human rights organization. This is from the left. Continuing his quote, obviously, that's an equilibrium that can't hold for very long. They can't keep hiding the illegal aliens. They flew them away because the cameras showed up, because the American people were paying attention, because they couldn't hide that because Title 42 ended and 1,500 Marines were sent to the border to do paperwork. Now, I want you to think about that. They're hiding the numbers from you because they don't want you to think. They don't want you to notice it. They want you to think that they're effective. They want you to think Kamala Harris did her job. By the way, do you know where Kamala Harris is? Do you know what Kamala Harris is doing? It's kind of right in line with taking a vacation in a foreign country. Kamala Harris is at a WNBA game. Kamala Harris is watching basketball games. She's supposed to take care of the southern border. She's supposed to stop this wave of illegal immigrants. Mexican government's doing their job to hide this. They're not stopping it. They delayed it. They waited until the cameras aren't going to be there anymore. And Kamala Harris is saying, I need a break. Kamala Harris is taking a vacation from the southern border that she doesn't do anything about to go to the WNBA to watch a basketball game because Brittany Griner is there. Let me ask you something. Do you even know the name of a team for the WNBA? Can you name the Women's League? Can you name one without looking it up? Without having to look it up on Google or on your phone? Do you even know the name of even one of those teams? Probably not. Well over 95% of America has no clue who these people are. But Kamala Harris, she wants to go to a basketball game while there are thousands. There are more people trying to enter America in a day than are actually at the WNBA basketball game. That's the reality there. There are more people that are trying to enter America every day in multiple cities across this nation than show up in any at the biggest WNBA basketball game does not have the same number of people. And she went, and her priority, Kamala Harris, her priority isn't to protect America, isn't to protect our border, isn't to try and help America. Her priority is, let me go to a basketball game. What does that say about you? That Kamala Harris is more concerned about showing up at a basketball game is more important to her than the southern border. It's more important to her than the Ukraine. It's more important to her than the debt ceiling, the thing we're supposed to be paying attention to. Her priority is to go see a basketball game. Tell me, what does that say about you? She thinks that you won't care. She thinks that you are more concerned about basketball than inflation or recession, the debt ceiling, the way America is viewed around the world, your safety. That's what she thinks, that a basketball game is more important than all the rest of that. Because Brittany Griner, one black lesbian, is playing basketball. That's what her concern is. She wants to look good with the LGBTQAI++ toaster community, which is the SGMs, according to Larry Sharp. That's the other way of saying it. She's more concerned about making them feel good than the nation. And let me make this very clear. I don't care if you're LGBTQAI+. I don't care what you are. You're a grown adult. Be whatever you are. Are you hurting anyone? No? Okay. I don't care what you do. That's your life behind closed doors and has no impact. I don't want to know. But here's the thing. She's more concerned about looking like she cares than actually doing something that shows she cares. Brittany Griner is a convicted criminal because she admitted she committed a crime. Brittany Griner admitted that she was transporting drugs into a foreign country. No one made her do that. She did it on her own. She made the choice herself. No one forced her to do it. Brittany Griner admitted she broke the law. Not U.S. law. She broke Russian law. That was her choice. And she got convicted because she was a criminal. And then she got punished because she's a criminal. And she didn't like being punished for being a criminal. And she cried. And the Biden-Harris administration, because they're trying to pander to the LGBTQ to make people think that they actually care because she's a black woman, presumably a woman, and she's gay. Well, then they said, well, we have to get her back home. And they traded Brittany Griner, someone who at the time was saying she hated America. Brittany Griner thought America was an evil country until she needed America. And then she begged America to get her home. And when we got her home, she disappeared. By the way, remember, Brittany Griner, she was gone. We didn't know where she was. Remember? It was, she's now saying that, she wants to stand for the American anthem. She didn't always believe that. Brittany Griner was more than happy to tell you that America was evil until America saved her butt. And now she's all patriotic and I want to stand for the flag because they got you out of jail, you criminal. And because Kamala Harris showed up and you got more attention about her basketball games than she would have ever received. By the way, besides the fact that nobody knows any of the WNBA games, no one knows when they play, no one knows what their teams are. I mean, yeah, there's a couple thousand people. That's about it. But if Kamala Harris didn't show up, you wouldn't know that Brittany Griner was playing basketball. I guarantee you that I am sure that 90%, 95% of Americans didn't know when Brittany Griner started playing basketball again. But I know something that most people didn't know. More people know that ISIS went into Africa because Joe Biden handed the keys to the Taliban. And I know there are more people in Africa who are worried about ISIS starting wars because Victor Bout, the man that was released to allow Brittany Griner to have this photo op, he is now giving weapons. There is a war in Sudan that I guarantee, I am sure, I have no doubt and all confidence that Victor Bout is giving weapons to the Sudanese that have 15,000 Americans abandoned. That Victor Bout is the reason why there is a civil war, or at least why there is a fighting civil war in Sudan today because of this photo op. This is why there's 15,000 Americans that are not in America. They're stuck in Sudan because Kamala Harris wanted a picture with a black lesbian basketball player. Does anyone disagree with me? Anyone at all? I don't care if you're gay, you're straight, I don't care. I don't care if you're a Democrat, progressive, I don't care. Do you disagree? Because it's very obvious. Victor Bout the Lord of War, the single biggest arms dealer in the world, as an individual, not governments. He goes out. We get Brittany Griner. He gets free. And then the Burkina Faso, and the Sudan suddenly have civil wars. They have weapons, and they're encouraged to start fighting, something they weren't doing before. After he got out of prison, after he's able to make more deals, after he gets to go back to his job of funding warlords and creating civil strife in the world, along with ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Because we let a basketball player who is a self-admitted criminal free. I'm telling you, that's not worth it. And remember, this is the priority that Kamala Harris, her only job is to take care of the border. That's her only job. It is the job she got in March of 2021. And we have 5, maybe 6 million illegal aliens confirmed to have entered the United States under her watch, under her trying to release the numbers, the highest levels we have ever seen. And she is busy taking a vacation. She is busy watching a basketball game rather than protecting you. What does that say about what she thinks about you? Do you think she cares about you? Do you think she's worried about you? Do you think she's in any kind of way concerned? I can tell you, I think the answer is no. In fact, if we go to, this was a poll from YouGov. This was a YouGov poll about Joe Biden when he went to Howard University on May 16th, 5 days ago. And he went there and said, CRT, critical race theory. White people are evil, black people are victims. The government will take care of it all. Him and Kamala will take care of everything. I want you to see something that's really important about this poll that came out. And you're not going to see this in the mainstream media. They're not going to tell you about this. Here it is. How much, if at all, do you believe Joe Biden cares about the needs and problems of black Americans? 44%, not much at all. This is a left-leaning poll. This is a poll from the left asking people, does Joe Biden care about black people? 44%, not at all. 10%, not much. 54% don't think Joe Biden cares about black people. Vice President Kamala Harris, how much, if at all, do you believe that Kamala Harris cares about the needs and problems of black Americans? Same people, same poll. 46%, not at all. 10%, not much. 56%. In both cases, a majority of people taking the poll are saying that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, that Democrats do not care about black people. Gee, I wonder why they would say that. Could it be that it's because she's busy going to basketball games rather than trying to help Americans? That rather than doing her job, she's on a constant vacation? That she's busy, more concerned about 2024 and keeping her job than she is about making people safe or doing anything to help the very people she promises she's going to help? She's not helping black people. She helped Brittany Griner, one black lesbian. That's who she helped. That's who they were focused on. One black lesbian basketball player. Not Chicago, not Detroit, not St. Louis, not New York City, not LA, not Portland, not Seattle, not Baltimore, Austin, Colorado. Can we go through more cities? Absolutely. It wasn't Newark in New Jersey. Look at anywhere you want to. They weren't trying to help them. They helped one black lesbian basketball player. That's helping black people. That was the big sum total of helping black people in America. That's what you get for critical race theory. That's the sum total of critical race theory right there. That sounds kind of insulting to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you disagree. I'd be happy to hear it. But I can tell you, I'm looking at this and it's all coming out not well for us. You don't even know, did you even know that Joe Biden was stumbling down the stairs in Japan? That he was embarrassing himself in Japan? That we have, there was a meeting with, where was it? It was a meeting of Australia, India, Japan, and the United States. That the only time that Joe Biden's willing to say anything about China is with all these nations, all of them that are afraid that China is trying to take over in Southeast Asia. And Joe Biden couldn't even stay. He couldn't even stick around to support that. That tells you something. That tells you about where we are. These things are self-evident, folks. User's been banned. Hey, user. User says that the WNBA needs more trans women. That should be fun to watch. Well, yeah. You know, we have trans women in women's sports. They're lifting weights and swimming in pools and running down tracks. Why wouldn't they be part of the WNBA? They couldn't stop them from being part of the WNBA. So when a trans Michael Jordan shows up, or a trans Charles Barkley shows up and starts dunking on all the women, makes Brittany Griner look like a high schooler, it'll be interesting. And you can't complain because they're trans. So much for women's rights. You're not supposed to talk about that. You're not supposed to think about that, user. You're not supposed to suggest that someone who is trans, college level basketball players who can't make it to the NBA should go to the WNBA instead. Call themselves Sally and join the WNBA because that's what the left says. Seems perfectly fine. They don't have to get an operation. They don't have to chop off any of their body parts. They just have to identify during the basketball game as a woman. And as long as they identify as a woman during the basketball game, well, then they are women. Therefore, they're part of the WNBA. So as they can be married, they can have kids, they can go out and date women. But as long as matter of fact, that wouldn't matter because then they'd just be a lesbian, which would be even better. So you could be a trans lesbian, a trans woman that is a lesbian with kids in the WNBA during the games without having to do anything to change your body. Because that's the rules. That would be fun to watch. And at some point, it's going to happen. Some college basketball player, for whatever reason, is going to say, I want to go to the WNBA because I identify as a woman. And because they say they're going to identify as a woman, and when they are on the basketball court, then you can't deny that. And they'll be able to dunk and outplay all the women. It'll be like when the U.S. women's soccer plays high schoolers, boys in the high school team, and lose 5-0. It'll be the same thing. But it's all ridiculous showmanship. It doesn't do anything because the Kamala doesn't care about black Americans. Joe Biden doesn't care about black Americans. And it is so obvious that more than 50% of everyone in the polls on a left-leaning poll will tell you, this is the left telling you, they don't believe them. They don't care. I don't need to make these things up. The evidence is out there already. I don't have to make it up. Hell, just think about Dove. Think about the way that the left likes to tell you about, well, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Here it is. Do you remember? This is the left. 2011. Dove body wash. Strong enough. Dove body wash is strong enough to turn a black woman white. This is their commercial. This is Dove. This is the left. This is how much they care. This is in 2011 under Barack Obama. Black woman, she's big. She's a bigger black woman. Okay? And you use the Dove, whatever this is, and then you turn into a skinny white woman. That's how it does it. It turns you from a black woman into a white woman. You lose weight and you turn white. And if you think it's not, here's the in-between stage. And it shows you on the actual picture. This is their ad from 2011. This is the coarse, rough skin, black woman. In between, as you're using the product, you start getting your skin to get lighter and lighter. Your hair gets straighter. You lose weight. And then afterwards, you have smooth skin. You're white. And you lost even more weight. This is what Dove has to say. And then Dove, these geniuses at Dove, then in 2017, backed it up and they said that was a mistake in 2011. We misunderstood. And then in 2017, the idea was, okay, you got a black woman in a black shirt. She uses Dove and she becomes a white woman. She uses Dove and turns white. Isn't that a miracle? Her shirt gets cleaner and turns white. Her skin turns white. She turns into a white woman. There was a whole thing about this. That was in 2017. Mind you, again, these are the same people that in 2011 did the same thing. Then they did it again in 2011. And now, where is it? And now, do I have it? Well, now, what is the latest thing? Where is the Dove? I had the Dove. Of course, I hate when I do this and I lose it. And now we have the commercial with Dove telling women that they can be as fat as they want to be. Where is it? Where is it? I know I had it here. Where is it? I have it. Oh. Here it is. Nope. That's not it. Hang on. Get rid of this. Come on. Don't care about you. Nope. Okay. I need to find... I gotta find this. Here is this. This it? Yep, here it is. And so this is the latest thing from Dove. So we've got, this is your woman. Okay. And what does the woman do? When she gets out and she gets back and she's well known. Look, she's decent character. There she is. Here's our hero, the feminine. Yay! She's such a great hero. And then we find out, and I'm just going to skip ahead. This is what she really looks like. So, first of all, she's a liar. That's what Dove is saying. Women lie. That women will hide their true selves. That they will lie to you to be popular. Because she became popular, not looking like she is, but looking like this. She got fame and success because she was physically fit. Because she looked a certain way. Because she was capable. And this is her reality. So she's a liar. And Dove is saying, well, you know what? You don't have to lie anymore. See, you're overweight and you're beautiful, aren't you? Right? And so this is what she became famous for. This is what she is. People accepted her as this. This is where they are. Basically, Dove is saying, be fat. Be sloppy fat. Be unhealthily fat. These are the same people that told you Well, if you use Dove, you'll turn white. And they told you that year after year after year. Dove doesn't like women. Dove doesn't care. Dove is woke. This is what the woke policy says to you. They want to change you. They don't care about you. They will insult you to your face. They just want your money and power. This is what progressives push. Yeah, it looks like it does. Hey, Hal, it does look like a video game commercial. It's not. It's a commercial telling women that if you use Dove, you'll get fat. And people will love you for being fat, even though you aren't famous for being fat. You were famous because you were physically fit, because you were attractive, because you were an idol, because you lied. Now you are absolutely comfortable being fat and unattractive. And that's a good thing. From the same people that tell you, but don't be black. The same people that tell you don't be black are telling you be fat. There seems to be a problem here. Dow says, or put another way, muscular, fit, athletic, and evilly sexualized and artificial. Obese may not be sexual, but it's real, and that's okay. Hal mentions the Dove commercial is horrible. The nerve of them to suggest women to be themselves. No. It's not suggesting that women should be themselves. That's really not the message here. See, they're saying that you should be physically fit. To be able to, you should be physically fit. You should be capable. You should be cute. You should be you. Guess what? She's not appealing. She's fat. Sloppily fat. This is an appealing character. She's not. That's a hero. She's not. It may not be nice to say that, but it's not the same thing. And they're telling women that it's okay to be unhealthy, to be overweight, sloppily overweight. I'm not saying women can't be big. Please do. To be sloppily overweight. Because this isn't someone who's just a bigger woman. She's not just a bigger woman. She's sloppily a bigger woman. She's unhealthily overweight. There's a big difference. You know what? I'll die on all the hills. Everything I speak about, I'm more than happy to defend my position. If women want to tell me that they want to be sloppy fat and they think it's beautiful, if you think Lizzo is fantastic, go for it. But I think it's inherently, they know. Dove knows that they're wrong. Because Dove are the same people that tell you what color you should be. They did it in 2011. They did it in 2017. They don't care about women. They have an ideology. They are just as racist as anyone else. They're just as sexist as anyone else. And they'll sell anything. They're like Kamala Harris. They don't care. They will tell you they care. They will do things to make you think they care. Kamala Harris will go to the WNBA instead of going to the southern border because she thinks you care more about basketball, because she cares more about basketball. Dove will tell you anything. Hey, if you use this soap, you'll turn yourself white. Oh, that will sell. Whatever it takes. You don't like being skinny because it's hard. You don't like to diet and exercise. Fantastic. Be fat as long as you use our product. They don't actually care about you. I don't know why corporations are on this kick of saying that you should be the very worst version of yourself. I don't understand. Well, I think I do understand because we're seeing it from the politics. Because Kamala Harris, as an example, doesn't care about black people. She doesn't care about illegal aliens. She cares about power. She cares about money, which is telling the businesses in America and selling to Americans. Americans don't care about helping people. They don't care about health. They don't care about anything intrinsic. They just care about superficial things. like being woke. It's the wrong message. People may disagree with me, and how? You can call in. If you think I'm wrong, if you think it doesn't make sense, if you think that Dove is trustworthy, even though they have a history of denigrating women, both on the size of the women and the color of the women, and you think it's good to be body positive, as they call it, to blindly affirm women, to tell them they should be overweight. If you think that's a good thing, Hal, call in and tell me why. 607-242-9247. If you think that's a good message for women, please call in. Yes, you should be, because I'd say the same thing. And by the way, I'd say the same thing for men. You should not be sloppy fat. I don't care how big you are. If you're sloppy fat, that's a problem. That's unhealthy. And anyone who's telling you, well, you're just big, keep being sloppy fat, is not helping you. They're hurting you. It's not healthy for you. Hang on, I'm reading the comments. They're flying by. How do I feel about smoking? Smoking is not good for your health, and I do it anyway. You've never heard me tell anyone that they should smoke. You've never heard me I've never advertised smoking. I've never told anyone to smoke. In fact, if you pay attention over the years that people have asked me about this, not the first time, I've told them, don't smoke cigarettes. Don't smoke marijuana. I think it's bad for you. It's an addiction. It costs way more than, it's more expensive, short and long term, with very little, matter of fact, almost no benefit. Don't do it. But I do smoke. And that's my right. I'm not going to tell you you can't smoke. I'm not telling people that they can't be fat. I'm not telling people that they can't do a lot of things. But I am telling you it's not in your best interest. Why, Hal? Because do you think it's the same thing? You think that somehow, because I have an addiction, which is called smoking, that it's somehow the same thing as telling people be sloppy fat, be unhealthily fat. That they're the same thing? No. Because you've never once heard me say, hey, you should go and smoke cigarettes. You'll never hear me say that. I don't say that. I don't agree with that. I've told many kids, told many people, don't do what I do. Doesn't, just because I'm weak in that sense, doesn't mean anyone else should do that. Yes, Hal, the ad does say, see, the answer from Hal has been, so he said, Mike, but you smoke cigarettes, which is not the same thing. And then he goes to, but the Dove ad, it doesn't say we want you to be fat. Actually, yes, it does. Look at what they have put on the screen. Look at the imagery. They show you she transforms from this and she turns herself into that. Where is it? There. They're telling you, don't be the one, don't be this girl, be this girl. Don't be fit, don't be athletic, don't be healthy, be overweight, obese, and fat. They are saying that. So you can't say now, they're not saying we want you to be fat when they visually have put it on the screen, that they visually are showing you her fat. You don't have to like it, but Lizzo isn't a model. Lizzo is not an example of a great lifestyle choice. She is obese. It's unhealthy. She's unattractive. I'm not saying that people can't have weight, but there is a difference in blind affirmation helps no one. And we know that this is not a trustworthy source. They have a history of telling women evil things. They have a history of telling people that don't be black, be white. Use their product to become white. Now they're saying use their product to be fat. There's a problem with this company. No, Hal, you're interpreting. Hal says they are telling you You don't need to hide who you are. She was fat with or without the suit. This isn't a tough visual to understand, except that's not what they're saying. They're saying she's transforming. The actual psychology of the video is she transforms. She goes from one state to another state. Now you can say, well, no, she was hiding herself and she was trying to make herself feel better. Okay, so the suit made her better. And without it, she's worse. No, they're actually saying body positivity, body affirmation, be fat. That's what they're saying. You don't have to like it, but that's what they're saying. And that has nothing to do with whether or not I smoke. I smoke cigarettes, not marijuana, cigarettes. I have an addiction. Totally different thing. So Hal, the argument doesn't make sense. Now, again, Hal, if you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy to hear you call in to 607-242-9247 and tell me why you disagree. Because I see this, the whole woke ideology is the same thing as what we're seeing with Kamala Harris in dealing with the southern border, in promoting Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner is a criminal. Kamala Harris is lauding a criminal, someone who actively broke laws. Brittany Griner was a criminal because she brought drugs into a country illegally. So she's a drug dealer or drug mule, whichever one you prefer, which is something that's not very positive and happening at our southern border every day. Kamala Harris is happy to support a admitted drug mule or drug trafficker, whichever way you want to word it, who has admitted that and has been convicted of that. And she is supporting her and elevating her. Meanwhile, at our southern border, there are illegal aliens who have traveled 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, whether they be children or women or others, that are trying to get into America, that are doing exactly what Brittany Griner did. And there are tens of thousands of them bringing fentanyl into America. And every day that people get to see Kamala Harris lauding the Brittany Griner, the WNBA, for doing the same thing that's happening at the southern border, she's encouraging more women, more children to be drug mules because America is lauding drug mules. Because that's what Kamala Harris is doing as vice president. She is literally legitimizing the drug trade. Whether she intends to do that or not, that is what she is doing. That is the outcome, whether it is intentional or not. I'm just reading through some of the comments here. Look, again, there's a bigger message here that I'm trying to explain or to convey to you. It is about the true concerns of America and that people are manipulating the American people from soap to the southern border. And the messages that are being put out there, whether intentional or not, are not beneficial. That the consequences of these choices are long-term hurting us, not helping us. There is no benefit telling people that body positivity, be as fat as you want to be, go up on stage with Lizzo. Let's have a couple of tons of fun up on that stage. That's not a good message for women. Period. It's not a good message for men. It's not a good message, period. But yet we're doing that because the companies don't care, but also the government doesn't care. Yes, and you're correct, user has been banned. And we're spending $2.6 billion a year to try and convince other countries to do what California is doing, which is this stuff. to promote these negatives in our society. We spend $2.6 billion a year. Everyone likes to focus on Pakistan because we're spending $200 million to make people think that Pakistan should become California. But we actually spend $2.6 billion trying to convince countries around the world to become California. And California is a hellhole. And we know it. It's a fact. It's only slightly better than Haiti. So there is there is a trend in this. It's not just that Dove did this in 2011. It's not just that they did it in 2017. It's not just that they have a commercial out now saying this. It's not just that we have, we're supposed to have blind affirmation for Dylan Mulvaney. It's not just that Brittany Griner admitted that she was a drug trafficker. It's not just that she was convicted and now she gets lauded because she has the right skin color and she has the right sexual preference. It is the combination of all these things over and over and over again. They are trying to overwhelm us to change our direction. They want people to argue about Dove. They want people to be called bad things for not agreeing with Dove, a company that has a nebulous history at best. And they want us to talk about that, but they're not talking about and how this is connected to what's going on in our southern border. It's the same principle. Blind affirmation. Illegal aliens are at our border. We have to blindly accept that they should be in America. We have to blindly accept that tens of thousands of them are being let into America every day. That we have to spend our taxes on these illegal aliens, these criminals that we never asked to be in our country. That New York State, right now, I want to show you, it's last week, I was telling you, Broome County said we have to have an emergency to block New York City, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, the practical progressive, to block him from sending illegal aliens into upstate New York. Tioga County did the same thing, state of emergency declaration, May 11th, to stop illegal aliens from coming into upstate New York. They're trying to hide these things. Again, I'm showing you the evidence. You may not like the conclusions that these things lead to. I'm not here to tell you how to feel about it. I'm telling you this is where it's going. I'm showing you the dominoes over and over again. I've shown them on international policy for years. I'm showing you how this is having a negative impact. I don't care if they think this is a good idea, but what they're doing is obey. Blind affirmation. Just accept it. Don't think about it. Don't pay attention to the details. And if you look for the details, they have been deleted. What's going on with the Americans in Afghanistan? It's been 2 years. They're still not home. Thousands of them. What happened to the Americans in the Ukraine? There were thousands of them. They're still not home. There are 15,000 Americans in the Sudan. I have no reason that they're going to come home any sooner than the people in Ukraine or in Afghanistan. I mean, we're supposed to just say, it's okay. Don't talk about it anymore. It's no longer a problem. I'm sorry. It's still a problem for me. I still have a problem with what's going on in Mexico and the southern border, where all the fentanyl's coming in, where we're getting gangs coming in, where we have slavery that is happening. I have a problem. Kamala Harris shouldn't be at a basketball game telling me that I should blindly affirm a gay basketball player who is a known trafficker, who is a self-admitted drug trafficker. Sorry, that's not where her job should be. That's not where she should be focused. I have no idea why she can't do the one single job she was given. Take care of the border, not watch a basketball game with a admitted criminal. You may like Brittany Griner. I don't know her, don't care. You may think she's a great basketball player. I don't care about basketball. You may think she's wonderful because she's gay or because she's black or because of the combination. I could care less. But there are consequences here. There are messages that are being sent out. Messages, whether they intend them to or not. And the rest of the world are seeing them and they are reacting to them. How does Kamala Harris say, you should not come across our border, especially bringing drugs? You shouldn't be a drug mule. That's a bad thing. When she is going and supporting a drug mule, someone who is caught trafficking drugs into another foreign nation. How does she get to say both things? It's hypocritical. It's that simple. She's being a hypocrite. She's supporting and trying to enable more money for and more attention and telling people to blindly affirm one drug trafficker because she's the right color, she's the right sex, and she's the right sexual preference for the politics of Kamala Harris. And at the same time, she's supposed to be saying, hey, but you should not blindly affirm the very same women with the very same suntan who may or may not have the same sexuality. They're doing the same thing at our southern border. That's a mixed message. Whether you like it or not, it is. That is a fact. And then the rest of the world is saying, well, then I guess it's okay to traffic drugs in America because Kamala Harris is supporting it. And she's not doing anything about the southern border. So I guess being a trafficker of drugs is okay in America if you have the right skin color, if you have the right gender, if you have the right sexual preference. If you have those three, then it's okay to import drugs into America illegally. It's okay to bring fentanyl in America if you fit under the blind affirmation of Kamala Harris. That is the message that is being sent out, whether you think it is or not. And that's why Dove, seeing that, is saying, well, we can say that be fat, and that's okay too. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't have to like what I'm saying, but do you understand what I am saying? Because that's critical. People think you have to agree, you have to like politics. No, you don't. People think that you have to like politicians. No, you don't. Not part of the job description, not part of getting the job done. I don't care if you like these people. Are they effective? Are they efficient? What is the message they are saying? What dominoes are they ticking? You can't say we're a nation of laws while you take a criminal, an admitted criminal, and relieve them of their punishment, which is what we did with Brittany Griner. At an extreme, we went to extreme measures to deny the punishment that is rightfully Brittany Griner's because she's a criminal. And at the same time, we're trying to say that we can't punish or that we should punish illegal aliens as they enter America doing the exact same thing. You can't tell me there's a law here and this person can break the law. That's a two-tiered justice system. It doesn't make sense. It makes things confused. People will break the law because they think, well, I have the right skin color, the right gender, and the right sexual preference. I guess I can break the law too. Does that not make sense to people? Hal, does that not make sense to you? That we're telling people to be self-destructive and to break the law. And that has a consequence. It has a consequence when you try and turn people into Lizzo. That is a healthcare. Remember how everyone's screaming about healthcare? You wanted to mention smoking. People are all up in arms. You can't smoke. Oh my God, secondhand smoke. It's so dangerous. More people will die from being obese like Lizzo than people who are smoking. That is a fact. Obesity is more deadly than smoking. That is a fact. I don't advise anyone to take up smoking, But it is more deadly to be obese. Even worse if you're an obese smoker. That is a fact. But obesity, being like Lizzo's weight, Lizzo's shape, you're going to be in worse shape than anything else. There is a consequence to what they are doing. Blind affirmation is not healthy. Diverting people's attention from the consequences of what they are promoting does not make it consequence-free. Because we're told not to pay attention to the southern border doesn't stop illegal immigration. The fact that they're hiding the illegal immigrants from us in Mexico isn't making illegal immigration any less of a problem. The fact that we're no longer talking about Afghanistan, or the Americans in Afghanistan, the Americans in Ukraine, the Americans in Sudan are not bringing 30,000 Americans back home. It's not helping. Again, I'm not attacking you, Hal. This isn't against you. I'm talking about the consequences. I'm talking about the principles that are being brought up. I'm not attacking any one individual. Maybe a little bit for Brittany Griner, but she's a criminal. And I am calling her what she is. I am not hiding from what she did and what should have been the consequences. And I am directly saying that the consequences that she is now forcing onto the rest of the nation is not equivalent. It isn't worth it. I'd rather see Brittany Griner sitting in a jail. She should not have been released. She wasn't worth it. Especially because she was guilty. She admitted she's guilty. I don't care about the color of her skin. I don't care about her gender. I don't care about her sexual preference. She committed a crime. She knew she was committing the crime. She did it anyway. And because she got off scot-free, we have unknown numbers of women, of illegal aliens, that are doing the same thing. And we're telling them they're in trouble. And they're going, but wait a minute, I thought, Kamala Harris, she loves this. Kamala Harris is supporting this. Doesn't the American government support this? Am I not doing what Brittany Griner did? Isn't she the example? Think about this. Lizzo dancing around is an example. We are setting examples for failure. We're setting dominoes up to fall for failure. We are destroying our nation, and the rest of the world is seeing it, and it is not good. And we're trying to bribe them with money and or weapons to say, oh, and don't talk about it. Do what we do. Go down the same rabbit hole we're going down. And it's not beneficial. Does that not make sense, folks? You don't have to like it. I don't know how many times I have to say that each and every episode that we go. I've been saying it for well over 5 years now, 17 years. You don't have to like what I'm talking about, the consequences that I see, the consequences that are being put right in front of our face. We're told not to think about the consequences. Stop thinking. Just accept it. Just blindly affirm it. Same thing with Dylan Mulvaney. Just blindly accept it. Just blindly affirm that 8-year-olds can chop off their genitals. There is a consequence to that. There is a consequence to being obese, severely obese, 400, 500 pounds. There is a problem for that. There is a problem promoting racism like Dove did in 2011 and 2017. There is a problem with these things. There is a problem with lauding and putting up as a hero Brittany Griner when she actively broke the law and admitted it. There is a problem. And that problem doesn't go away because you just don't want to think about it because it doesn't make you feel good. You're not supposed to feel good. These aren't good things. They're not good. And we know that there are problems with all of this because that's why we see county after county, Tioga, previously Broome, are saying, no, we have to declare states of emergency against our own state because of politics. Because blind affirmation doesn't work. Never has, it never will. I wanted to talk about something else, though, because I think it's important. Wait a minute. We have a call coming in. Thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's up?
Yeah, hearing the conversation that you're having about the body positivity, no matter what you do to your body at all costs.
Yeah.
I hear you having the discussion there with Hal there, and trying to somehow look at smoking and making that a similarity to what's going on with the fat situation. And the bottom line is that our society has completely and totally rejected cigarettes at all costs, taxed the living crap out of them to such a degree, and put such a moral stigma on it that, from a social perspective, especially from a kid's attitude, it's just like you do not want to, be associated with that. And then, again, now though is that with the being morbidly obese, there is a complete and total acceptance, of this at all costs. And the bottom line is that the reason that this happens, is because there is a thought within society that just simply says that you can't control your weight and how morbidly obese you are. And if you can't control it and you can't do anything about it, then we can't make you feel guilty about being fat and obese. And so now we need a society that completely and totally accepts it. And Dove was basically saying that we will accept you no matter what way you are, and we're here for you no matter what. And that's their view. And so, but as far as using being obese, that is not what obviously what you want as a culture. So
Well, I think it comes down to it's blind affirmation. Oh, you have a issue with your weight. We blindly accept that. No, you shouldn't. Oh, you smoke cigarettes. We blindly accept that. No, we shouldn't. Oh, you're an illegal alien. We should accept that. No, you shouldn't. It's all the same issue. It comes from the same place. Oh, you're concerned about the Americans in Afghanistan. You shouldn't be. No, I should. They're telling us to blindly accept whatever a group of elites that we have never seen tell us. Oh, here's the truth for today. This is 1984 right in front of our eyes. They're just making up the truth that they want. Okay, being fat, being obesely fat, that's okay today. No, it's not. The consequences don't go away when tomorrow they say, maybe it's a problem. The problem's going to keep going. This stuff has consequences. Do you see what I'm saying there? Do you see my point about it?
No, absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point, I mean, the consequences for the behavior are being, completely whitewashed when it comes to, obesity. Yet, with smoking, it's like I said, it's not. People do not accept it. Marijuana, on the other hand, that's kind of going a different route, because the thing is that they're being very, kid glove with that situation as well, due to the fact that, they're been pushing that out in different areas, trying to hope to get some sort of tax revenue out of it, which I think is completely devastating, to our society and to our mental health, because unfortunately, it is, honestly, in my opinion, is pretty much given a green light, to regularly use marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that the harsh, public messaging that has gone against cigarettes is anywhere near the same as it is towards marijuana.
Well, marijuana is more addictive, and it is more cool, and they're better. They're more associated with black people and minorities. Yeah. And so you have to blindly accept minorities. You have to blindly accept what minorities do. And, we can't crime. You can't hold black people to the same level of crime as white people. So that's why we need racial justice and we need social justice. It's the same idea, blind affirmation.
Yeah, I mean, with marijuana, I mean, it's even, totally, even more detrimental and racistly targeted, in a negative way towards, specifically black, because the thing is that they are giving incentives, for business owners to actually be minority, and that minority is black, And the thing is that if you're looking at, targeting a specific demographic and basically bringing on a complete and total acceptance on a drug in a certain, area, that's what the Democrats and that's what the liberals are doing with their policies towards marijuana. I mean, look at there's so many different, we know when we start to dig through some of the research that's coming out now on marijuana, and we're finding out though is that what is that, what demographic of people is that targeting specifically and making it seem like it's completely safe and fine? It's basically targeting individuals who happen to be black, and that's the Democrats' focus, because the thing is they're the ones who incentivize individuals who are black to be the first ones, to be able to get a business to sell to people, that product. And who are they going to sell to? Well, they're going to sell to everybody. But the thing is that it's going, like I said, there's a social acceptance against, with people. And again, the Democrats are focused on skin color. And so who's going to end up with the consequences? It's going to be people who happen to be black will get it the worst because of Democrat policy.
Well, it doesn't just end there. I mean, again, blind affirmation has consequences. One of the consequences of legalizing drugs, well, we've seen that there's been an increased rate of individuals who are overdosing. We see an increased rate of driving while intoxicated, which doesn't mean alcohol. We're talking about driving high and having accidents and killing people. There was a 300% increase in the number of people driving while high in Colorado that led to deaths. That's a fact. And that number has been pretty much consistent in every area that has legalized marijuana. We've had an increase in the number of people of accidents because people were high, and the number of deaths because of someone who was high in that vehicle. This is a consequence. Now, again, it's not popular. They don't want to talk about the negatives. They don't want to talk about the negatives of whether it's world policy, international foreign policy, or whether it's domestic policy. They don't want you to think about the negative consequences. They just want you to do what they say. Feel good. You'll get free stuff. Just keep us in power. And if that means we have to legalize marijuana to stay in power, they'll do it. If you have to kill a baby at the moment of birth, they'll do that. They will do anything. They will tell you that being obese is healthy and beautiful when it's not. I'm not saying that people can't be heavy. That happens. There's lots of people. I've dated many a woman who's heavy, but there's a difference between obese and heavy, having a couple extra pounds, being chunky, being chubby, whatever you want to call it, thick, whatever the word is you want to say. There's a big difference there. There is a different health risk there. And
I think one of the problems too, though, is even our perception of what actual, obesity is. I don't think anybody actually understands, though, is that, your average person, really, I mean, down the street that you think, is fine, is actually in the obese. When you're looking at people that they're putting on camera, I mean, they're not just obese, they're morbidly obese. And actually, they're probably beyond far more deviations in that zone, because the thing is that as a culture, we've come to a point where we don't even think a person's, obese, when they have, some extra, love handles on their body that are visual there. I mean, honestly, if you start to see, visual love handles on your body, you are actually obese, But again, that is just a definition.
That is a medical definition, but let me be clear about my definition. When I'm saying obese, I want to be clear for people what I'm talking about. I don't care if you're 20, 30 pounds overweight. That doesn't matter to me. Maybe even 50, depending on how you carry it. What I'm worried about is people who are 400, 300, 400, 500 pounds. I'm talking about people like Lizzo. I'm talking about obese. It's not that you're carrying the weight, you are the weight. That's a problem. The more closer you get to becoming symmetrical, there's a problem. And that's what I call obese. You're 20, 30 pounds, you got a love handle or two, I don't care. That's not what I would consider life-threatening.
Well, the thing is, though, is that once you find, well, it starts at the most extreme degree. You go to a doctor and he says, well, you know what, you're overweight, you're obese, you're gonna have to lose some weight, and all of a sudden you're shocked and you're like, well, I don't look anything like Lizzo. Well, the thing is Lizzo's the standard. Lizzo basically, if Lizzo's okay, or maybe she's not okay, but we're trying to push that acceptance, and everybody already thinks that they're okay and they're perfect and they're healthy. Like I said, it's just the changing of perspective and the moving, the goalpost in a direction that basically makes our society just far less healthy.
That's what I'm talking about. But see, the problem ultimately is blind affirmation, because the same argument that we're having about, or what we're discussing here about Lizzo and her weight and her example that's being put out there is the same one that's being made about Dylan Mulvaney and 8-year-olds who are being told to chop off their genitals. It's the same argument being made about Brittany Griner being a drug trafficker as we try and stop we're supposed to be stopping drug traffickers at our southern border. These are all the same thing. It is the same issue of blind affirmation. It is that blind affirmation. Trust Joe Biden as he abandons 30,000 Americans in 3 years, 10,000 a year on average. Gee, I'm sorry, blind affirmation doesn't work. I can't say Joe Biden's doing great internationally with 30,000 Americans in hell zones. They are in war zones as we speak. I can't give you that blind affirmation, and we shouldn't. It's the same issue. It is that blind affirmation. There's the ultimate domino that leads to all of these problems. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I would have to say is that you have a situation where, you're talking about the blind affirmation, and then I'm thinking too is that question is, what would you say before? What was going on? It was is this the hill that you really want to die on?
Oh, pal, yes.
At what point, do you not actually, fight, an issue or a perspective, and you just let basically the hill after hill after hill, be run over by every single issue, and it's just ridiculous, because the thing is that, they're all, I mean, it's just like, okay, well, let's just, and that's always the thing that I say this all the time. It's like with libertarians at some point, they're like, well, you do you and I'll do me, and I'm just like, yeah, well, that's how everybody gets screwed,
Well, I have to believe that because the underlying problem isn't whether or not Lizzo is fat. That's her life. And I don't care. It's that we are the underlying message is blind affirmation. It's obey. Because someone has arbitrarily said, don't worry about the consequences. Government will take care of you. Government will make the decisions for you. Government said it's okay. That's the underlying problem. That's the underlying problem of blind affirmation. You are giving up your right and your life and your choices to someone else, in particular, the government. And the government doesn't make good choices. The government isn't making better choices than you can make for yourself. The more you blindly just accept the government is saying, this is okay now because it makes you docile, it makes you compliant, it makes you subservient, then that's not a good thing, because at the end of the day, that's what they are pushing. That's the message out there. And I think I've made the case, I think I'm making it, that the blind affirmation, it's not just Lizzo, it's not just Dove, it's throughout our society, and it's affecting our politics, and it's negatively impacting our nation. That's the argument I want to make about that. Does that argument make sense?
Yeah, look, the entire COVID policy and the government overreach, basically, dictating exactly, what we should think, what we should feel, and how we should operate. Every, sense for life is exactly what that is.
Same thing, yeah.
Huh?
Same thing, yeah. It's blindly affirmed the jab is good because they said it's good. It has no side effects because they said so. Blind affirmation, not true. Consequence, negative. Yeah. You're right.
lose your job, fire, get rid of individuals due to the fact, the government, basically dictating that, putting people's mindset, saying that, you have to believe, and look at and, all those different topics that you talked about when it comes to, transgenders, with the hormones, the removing of body parts, when it comes to, again, the morbid obesity and the acceptance, when it comes to, just openly, allowing people to break, drug laws, all these, things just completely, just again, they're rewriting, what is socially acceptable, and those have massively negative, consequences on our, society. And the thing is that they use it in a way that to judge people's behavior in all those routes is wrong for you to do, and you are a bigot if you actually have an opinion, that says that what they are doing is a bad thing.
Well, that's the problem, because all of this stuff leads to a slippery slope. If I have to blindly affirm, if everything you choose is right and it's a good thing, and I have to just accept, well, that leads us to people like pedophiles can it's no longer called pedophile, it's called minor attracted person, a MAP. It's the same idea, blind affirmation. You have to accept their sexual preference. I'm sorry, they're a sexual predator. I don't accept that. How long before we say, well, sexual slavery is okay? How long before we say every law breaks?
Yeah, it's extremely scary. And, one of the things, I think one of the negative consequences, of, honestly, the anti-bully programs that we put in our school, it puts people on a situation is that they don't want to be in a situation to be, a bully, to be a bigot, to be on that side. And so basically we have a completely judgment-free society. And the thing is that you can't have a moral structure and a society that functions without actually being, a bigot to somebody. Somebody's going to have to call you a bigot, because the thing is, if you have any sort of principles, then you're a bigot. If you're against maps, somebody's going to call you a bigot, and quite frankly, if it comes to maps, I would want to be called a bigot, by maps, you know what I mean? So it's like you have to have that confrontation. But again, we're starting to go into a place where you want to be completely, anti bigot movement at all costs, and that's unfortunate. And this is the society that we're seeing.
But there are standards. There is a quality of life. There are rules. You can't just walk into another nation because you want to and be taken care of. You can't just use drugs and someone will make you a safe injection site so you can keep using the drugs. There's a consequence to that. There's a consequence to just being unhealthy. There's a consequence to breaking the law. That's what a society is. Yes, you should, theoretically, everyone should be able to do anything they want, except some people make bad choices that affect more than just them. And therefore, we have laws which affect us all. And it's not blind affirmation. You can live a perfectly healthy life and be 400 pounds. Fantastic for you. There are consequences to everyone else. There are consequences for being a drug trafficker like Brittany Griner. There's a consequence for sex slavery. There's a consequence for breaking the law. There are consequences. And the more we try and say, I just don't want to talk about that, I don't want to pay attention to that, I don't want to die on that hill, why not? Because if we don't, then there is no hill to die on. Because you're saying blind affirmation is the answer. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it because it makes me feel uncomfortable. Sorry, life is uncomfortable. And if you don't deal with it, you're not winning. You're just making the problem worse.
Yeah. I mean, look at it. I mean, if it becomes to the point where, you're going to look at trade-offs, in every other, aspect of your life. And then yet we're not looking at the ones, that are being presented to us, by, simple advertisers, And that goes into another question too, is just a lot of people are asking why, are these, companies doing this and how are they getting away with it? And I honestly believe it is going to be coming to an end, because the thing is that once our monetary policies get to the point where, you know, they get pretty restrictive as they are, and there's fewer dollars out in the system, you're going to be, you know, a little more focused on how you're targeting your demographics, you know, and you are not going to be, you know, doing what a lot of these companies are doing. And you know, but it's just a matter of time.
I think we are seeing the consequences of this. When we blindly affirm, you know, we're just accepting without question, we're seeing the consequences. We're seeing 30,000 Americans that are struggling to survive in war zones around the world. We are watching as our youth are being euthanized. They're being sterilized in many cases. We're seeing the consequences are happening before our eyes, and we're told, don't worry about it, it's okay. And we were just told about a new thing, by the way. One of the users has been banned, brought up, there's a new thing called a youth advocate program, which, and I'm just looking it up, it's on the screen right now. It sounds insanely like the new idea from, I think it was the WEC, that said that minors can consent to have sex with adults. That's the newest thing, remember? Blind affirmation. Children can consent. 8-year-olds can consent to have sex with 50-year-olds. It's okay, according to the WEC. That's the newest thing that we've been hearing about. That's a consequence of blind affirmation. You must accept that an adult is attracted to a minor, and that's okay. Well, then the minor can consent to that. No, they can't. Every society in the world has always said, no, you can't. But that hurts someone's feelings. It sounds bad. The consequence is negative. Oh, we can't do that anymore. Blind affirmation, you have to accept it. No, I don't. No. I don't have to, you know, and again, this covers so many areas, this blind affirmation. This is what we're being, think of the pandemic vaccine. We were told, just blindly affirm and accept that the government said it's safe. We know now that it is the same as any other medication, if not worse in some cases, that it does have side effects, that it doesn't do everything that they promise. It's not the wonder drug we were told it was. And the pandemic itself isn't the deadliest thing since the Black Plague, which we were told. So, no, blind affirmation isn't in our best interest. Ever. I'm just, you know, these are just some of this is all off the top of my head, but following the logic. If we follow the logic and it applies, and the scary thing is, when we think about it, it applies both on international policy, it applies to domestic policy, healthcare, immigration. There's almost every subject where we see the detriment of actually following this ideology. Because it really isn't about helping people, it's about keeping politicians in power. That's what I think blind affirmation does. Do you think I'm wrong?
Yeah, no. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let me ask you, have you been seeing the FBI whistleblower hearing today?
No, I haven't watched it at all.
Okay, because I was going to talk about that in a minute, because I think it's eye-opening for a lot of people. I know most people aren't watching it. I was watching it before the show. It was live today. And I think it's really interesting to hear what some of the people... Let me ask a question about that. Do you believe the FBI are police? That they're the same thing?
FBI what now?
Do you believe the FBI are the same thing as police?
No. I mean, the difference between the FBI and the police is that the FBI, you know, is, you know, federal bureaucracy that has massive amounts more power than what a local police does. Police basically have far less power, and they only have the jurisdiction, basically, you know, where, you know, either their city, state, you know, or, you know, basic, you know, county that they actually deal with. The FBI, they
Mm-hmm.
have, full range over anybody in the country, and we've seen that.
And see, and that's the key, I think, as well, that law enforcement and police are not the same thing. Police are local. They deal with a policeman can find your kid. A policeman can get a cat out of a tree. A policeman deals with the drug dealer down the block. A policeman is police are local. They deal with local issues, whether that be the town, the city, maybe even a county, but that's about it. And then we have federal authorities that do other things. They deal with drugs coming across our border, which police might deal with if it's local to them, but not if the Broome County isn't trying to fix. Broome County Sheriff isn't trying to go down to the border in Texas and trying to stop illegal immigration. That's not his job. That's not local to him. He has a different issue. That's the difference between FBI and police. But if you were watching, as I have been, the FBI whistleblower hearing, the Representative Garamendi and Representative Plaskett and several of the Democrats are trying to convince people, blindly affirm, that there is no difference between a police officer who's local and the FBI, which is the federal government, that they're the same thing. The consequence of that, I think, is absolutely insane. That gives the FBI too much power. I think they have too much power and they're abusing it. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what context they're actually, trying to make that similarity, or what exact, situation that they say that, a certain application of the law or enforcement of the law by the FBI is equivalent to, local, law enforcement. And that I would have and the other question, the other thing too, is that, once you get to agencies that are at the top, there's less oversight, to control those, because I mean, the farther down, the pole you go, you have other agencies that will, pretty much be able to, have oversight over those agencies. But like, again, once you continue to get to the top, like the FBI, I mean, look at, they obviously nobody was, looking over their shoulders to see whether they were operating, properly during a very, we don't even know what they're doing right now.
Well, we do know from the Durham Report, which is also part of this whole conversation, the Durham Report told us the FBI actively were trying to change the election. They were changing in 2016, to be clear for the YouTube censors, we're not talking 2020, we're talking 2016, according to the Durham Report from the federal government, that Democrats, the FBI, were actively involved in investigating and weakening the potential of a candidate to win an election, a duly recognized, duly voted on candidate. That they were interfering, that they had no basis. This is what the Durham Report has told us. There was no Russia collusion.
No.
There was the Democrats. There was Hillary Clinton pushing collusion. There was Hillary Clinton manipulating the FBI to get a political advantage. The FBI was going along with it because they had a political agenda. But
I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, look at the Biden, not Biden, but the Obama administration basically got completely off the hook by weaponizing the IRS, And so when it came to the FBI, I mean, you think he really was, gonna, stop there? I mean, nobody says that, the Biden administration was, directly involved.
No. The Durham Report does state that both Obama and Biden knew that
they knew.
They knew.
They didn't say that. They can't prove that they initiated the actual, involvement.
No.
That's the difference. The Obama and him targeting, nonprofits, that was, the hand of Obama. This is different because he basically could say, well, I knew about it, but I didn't actually say. I just kind of said, well, let's just let it play out. No, I mean, look at, in my book, I think he weaponized everything, and he knew he could get away with it. And quite frankly, he still could today. I mean, he probably could admit it, and then he'd still get away with it,
Well, I don't know if he'd get away with it, but I do think that he knew he was involved. and that makes it a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that affected an election or attempted to. That is so over the bounds of what is legally available. And we have people like, literally, Representative Garamendi is literally saying in the FBI whistleblower meeting, hearing, that the FBI are the police, that they're interchangeable, that there is no difference between the two. And that if you say, and the reason why we see several Democrats that are now trying to say this, because they're now trying to say, well, that's defunding the police. Something that the Democrats have been saying for years now, since 2020. They have said they want to defund the police, but it's a bad thing when Republicans say it if it's the FBI.
Well, I don't see it. This is one of the crazy things that really drives me nuts about this thing is that who are they focused on when they say this? Because the thing is that, they're not going to pursue or persuade, Republicans, obviously, at all, to believe that line of crap. And then you got to wonder about independents. I mean, you honestly believe there's enough independents to actually truly believe that the Republicans want to defund the police after what we've been watching, the entire, summer of, 2020? I'm like, really? I mean, are you just going to wipe history away right there or what?
Because they only need 25% of them, maybe even less. They're doing it because it's changing the argument, because it makes them look like the good guys. See, they wanted to defund the police, and now you're supposed to forget what happened in 2020, 2021, 2022. You're not supposed to think about that they're just good guys, and they stand by the law. That's why they're defending the FBI, because the FBI are police. And obviously they wouldn't want to defund the police because they don't want to defund the FBI. It's a way to clean up the past.
That's the irony. And so basically they're now trying to cover their ass, about how they funded everything by making sure that the FBI is funded, and now they want to see that they're more hawkish than the Republicans on this issue, which, again, you got to be just brain dead as hell to actually buy any of this. The Democrats, look, from a political, point, for them to continue to come out with a megaphone and say this sort of thing, again, who the hell are they trying to persuade? Because honestly, it only shines the light more on the fact that they wanted to defund the police. And for them, and then knowing that the Republicans, are full, police, for the Republicans to question the FBI and say, hey, look, we got to defund them, then the only thing that would actually say is that, wow, there's got to be something really damn wrong with the FBI for Republicans wanting to, defund a police institution, And again, so how this rolls out politically for the Democrats in a positive way, I don't know. Like I said,
because they're confusing people.
Obviously, I am who I am, so I would think that they're insane,
No,
but again,
they're trying to confuse people. I mean, people can look this up for yourself. I have it on the screen right now. There is HConRes 40, HCR 40, which is expressing support for local law enforcement officers and condemning efforts to defund or dismantle local law enforcement agencies. This is a pro-police, anti-defund the police bill. That's exactly what it is, HConRes 40. And I have it on the screen. This was a vote that was taken on May 18th. All of the 214 Republicans voted for it. 87 Democrats voted for it. 117 Democrats voted against it. 2 Republicans voted against it. The Democrats are saying 117 Democrats in Congress said that they will not condemn defunding the police or dismantling the police. I have the actual bill itself. Again, this will be in the links after the show. But to read through exactly what it says, and you can see it for yourself, this recognizes it, and what this does is it recognizes and appreciates the dedication and devotion just demonstrated by the men and women of local law enforcement, notice the keyword, local law enforcement, and condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police, local law enforcement. That's not the FBI. But according to Representative Plaskett, according to Representative Garamendi, and many, many others, the FBI are police. They're not local, but they're the police. And therefore, Republicans are bad. They're trying to confuse everyone so that they don't look bad anymore. That's what I think.
Yeah, again, I mean, quite frankly, look, the more this conversation is talked about, even by the Democrats saying that, it's because the thing is that, like, again, it just sparks curiosity. You're like, well, I need to know more. I want to know more. And again, people go down the rabbit hole and they find out exactly, that our FBI was, specifically working, with the Hillary and Obama administration to basically, frame, Donald Trump. It's just like, come on, man. It's just like, again, if I was a Democrat, I mean, let's change the topic to something else,
Well, that's and that's why they're trying to confuse
start bragging
everyone.
about the low prices of eggs.
That are up 580%. Okay.
No, they're actually down.
No, over the last eggs over the last 2 years are up 580%. So they may not.
Now they're actually egg prices are plummeting, and a lot of people don't know this.
Well, it's the same thing with gas. Gas is up 62% at the moment. Gas is up 62% versus where we were in January of 2021. So it may not be at the peak, but it's still up.
Mike, I'm telling you now is that there is a total crash in eggs. You can get a dozen eggs for like $1 now. It used to be up to like $5. Now it's down to $1. It's completely crashed. That part of the market's gone. And the thing is that the crazy thing about the eggs, though, is that it's so bad that because the thing is that the prices got so high, a lot of people just stopped eating eggs. And so they don't even know that the egg prices have actually gone down that much. And so that part of the market is gone. So not only did they bring back, the supply of eggs, now you've got half the people eating them because they killed demand by increasing prices so much.
Well,
But again, I love how, you've got like, the ex, what was it, Rob Wright, the ex-labor secretary under Clinton, saying, oh, yeah, these evil corporations just are using this as an opportunity to gouge the crap out of people. And I'm thinking, well, they could have kept egg prices up, but why are they dropping them now to below, anything? And it's crazy. Like I said,
well, I should say, and I'm going to show everyone here on the screen, because I'm wrong and you are right, that this is from CNN as of May 16th. Egg prices are crashing. They were 6 months ago. They were $5.46 a carton just 6 months ago. They're currently, as of last week, 94 cents a dozen. You are absolutely correct. And as you stated, and I admit I'm wrong, but part of it is because I stopped buying eggs because it's too expensive. So I just lived without them. And I didn't notice the price went down because I'm not even looking at it anymore because it just took me out of the market. So I stand corrected, and this is why we have these confirmations. I'm wrong, and I have no problem.
Store and buy some eggs.
Well, and I will, because now it's affordable again, and I'll buy eggs again. But they had driven me out of the market because the prices went up so much. So,
and that's the thing with economics is that there's multiple facets in the in the economic environment, and people just don't know it. I know a lot of conservatives are constantly harping on egg prices as being the poster child of inflation, and I said watch out. I said those are going to crash. And I said this like a month ago.
That's true. Everything, all commodities, all products will go up and down.
Yeah.
The case being that it was one of the examples, like energy, like gasoline at one point was another clear example. And then the price dropped down a little bit because these things never stay at the peak. They will drop. That doesn't. Now, my example was with energy prices. We're up 62%. We were up 84%, and now it's only at 62. So a lot of people think, well, no, it's not a problem. No. We're still up versus where we were, just not as bad. And eggs, up until 6 months ago, or at least until last week, was another example of that. But that's a commodity that moves much faster than, say, energy.
Energy has multiple, facets moving against it. For one, you got the Biden administration that's constantly going against it. Plus, you got the Saudis with OPEC, cutting supply chains as well. And then plus you had just with natural gas, you had a very, very mild winter, and those things, and then plus the fact is that the Biden administration is running us into a recession. Whether people want to talk about it or not, that's going to have an effect on prices as well. But unfortunately, because of the fact that the Biden administration is so anti natural gas, we're going to see once we are in a recession, we're going to see that there will be an additional spike in these energy costs because we just don't have control over that commodity at all.
Well,
And
of course.
all we need, for natural gas prices to go up, I mean, we get a hot winter or a hot summer, I mean, forget it. I mean, those prices will shoot through the roof now.
It's one of several factors, or as we were talking about earlier in the show, Iran tries to take over the Strait of Hormuz and shuts down 3/4 of the world's oil, and then everything skyrockets. But I can tell you that there are several people across in the chat, and they're across America right now, and they're mentioning that they just checked in their area, and they are starting to see not quite the 94 cents stated by CNN, but $1.70. They are seeing some differences. So we are seeing these changes, and it's very recent. It's not something that's been a long-term trend.
Right.
But it makes sense. But again, it doesn't answer the overriding problem of it's bad policy that caused this whole problem in the first place. It's whipsawing our economy, and the fluctuations are not in the best interest of the average person because you're either denying yourself things you need or you're scraping together money for things that you need. You can't make ends meet. It's a problem. And
I mean,
go ahead.
I think the next question really is going to be is that we look at if they manage to get the inflation rate to 2%. The thing is that if we are at that point, I would say that we'll probably be in a pretty severe recession, if not close to a depression. And the thing is, the question at that point will be is that what economic policies will be put forth then to actually lift us out of a recession? I mean, are we going to have a administration in power that's going to use the same monetary policies that got us in the stagflation recession economy that we're currently in, or are they going to go in a different direction?
No, the recession, we're already in the recession. We've been in the recession since the summer of 2022. It continues until 2025. Most of the factors, eggs are one example, but then we can go to lettuce, we can go to strawberries, we can go to various foodstuffs, we can go to energy. All of the factors combined are the inflation. They say, well, we want to have inflation at 2%. That doesn't mean that we dropped from the 17%. We've had 17% inflation since February of 2021 to today. That doesn't mean that inflation dropped 15%. It just means it slowed down the increase of inflation. Instead of going up approximately 6% per year, we're now going to only increase 2%. So we're still going up. That's part of the problem people think of. They say, well, we're at 2% inflation. Well, you're not taking into account the inflation we already had. It didn't go away. We didn't reduce it. We just kept growing. It just kept getting worse. And that's a big part that I don't think a lot of people think about. And that's the important thing. So when they say 2%, well, that means we're at 19%, not that we're at 2%. It's cumulative. It's adding on top of, not replacing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and then like I said, but the thing is too, is that if we actually do get to a place where we see prices lower than what they were, like pre, COVID, then that means that we are in a depression, and well, deflationary problems.
Well, a depression is deflationary.
Yeah.
But a depression is an entirely that's a whole nother story, and that's a big problem all its own. We're not quite there yet. We're in a recession, not a depression. Maybe even stagflation, as I've said several times.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to say. Look, I think that the economy is in a very vulnerable place right now, and I think within the next couple months we could see some very drastic, changes, with our economy that could actually move it, very, very negatively. And I don't think there's a lot of people who are, in a position to, to see that, because I think they just, have this idea that we are still going to be, in a very soft landing kind of economy. And
It's again,
personally, I don't see that happening.
I don't think it is it at all, but it's because people aren't, again, it's another thing of don't look, just obey. Just trust us. Just blindly affirm what the government is saying. The government said it's going to be fine, so it's going to be fine. Don't look into the details. Don't double check. Don't look at any of the data. And that's what they're counting on people doing. Again, it's that blind affirmation that has consequences. They keep saying, well, in the first place, they told us in 2022, well, there's no inflation. Yet, yes, there is. Now they're telling us, well, the inflation's under control. Well, you just told me that there wasn't any. Now you're telling me it's under control. Well, why should I have confidence in you? Blindly affirm and believe whatever I tell you. Well, now I have no confidence, and again, that hurts us both domestically and internationally. But I don't want to go too deep in the economy.
I hear you.
It is, as Agent Black from the UK says, it is FUBAR, and the debt ceiling is not going to help us with this. But let me jump back. I want to see if anyone else wants to call in. We've covered a few different things, so I thank you for that, and I thank you for correcting me.
Yep, go buy some eggs.
Yes, I will. All right.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
All right, thanks. And so, folks, you too can call in, just like Jason has, like John did earlier. And I'm not above being corrected, as Jason just corrected me, provided me the impetus, said, Mike, check it out, and here's the information. We had user has been banned, told me about the young, what was that? The young youth advocate programs, which are working in conjunction with the minor attracted people to try and convince you that, like the World Economic Forum has said, that children can consent to having sex with adults. I don't agree with that. But these are the things that they're trying to put out there. So that was user has been banned, brought that to my attention, and I wouldn't have known otherwise. We have Jason who confirmed for me, no, egg prices dropped back down. If you're like me and you've been avoiding eggs because it was too expensive, you can go back and buy some eggs for a while. Good news. But you didn't hear, the mainstream media didn't harp on that. They weren't focused on that. They wanted you to be distracted because they're saving it. They hope that the prices will stay down so they can then turn around and say, see, we were right. Everything was good. No, the reason when the price dropped is because people stopped buying eggs because it was too expensive. It was up 580%. It was too expensive. So the demand went away. This is capitalism for you. Demand went away. The price dropped. Problem is, what happens when the demand comes back? Because I'll go out and buy eggs now, and now the price will probably go back up. How much? We're still in a food crisis. We still have 30% less food in the world. They don't want to talk about that. Again, it's a consequence of actions. This is blind affirmation. Believe the government. Just blindly believe them. They're always right. No, they usually aren't. But I enjoy the fact that my audience, I can't know everything. I can't follow every story, especially now that I'm moving and I've got things I'm trying to pack and sell. So I can't follow everything. It's been a difficult week for me. So I miss things. And that's why I love having this conversation. This is why we need to have conversations like this one all around the nation and all around the world. Why we have Agent Black, who's in the UK. He's about 7 hours ahead of us, and he's still here with us. It's about midnight his time, and he's been with us listening in and talking about the conversation. This is what we need in the world. We need more conversations like this so that we know what's going on, because no one person can follow everything. I follow a lot. I can't follow everything. But you need to know this, and you need to know the games that are being played against you, the way that they are manipulating the media against you. I mentioned there's a lot going on, but we can follow it. You'd be amazed how much any one individual can follow and how much information you gather. And just having a simple conversation can convey so much more. It's just that simple. I'm talking with Jason and he mentions the eggs, and now we know more information. We were talking about the minor attracted persons, and we found out about the youth advocate programs. See, we can find out things very quickly because we're having a conversation. We're not just blindly accepting that CNN or the New York Times said this. That's not enough of an answer. We need to have the conversation on top of it. That's why we have the First Amendment. And I want you to hear, this is the conversation that was happening at the whistleblower hearing today. And this is, excuse me, excuse me, I have this set for Representative Johnson of Louisiana. And he had something that I thought was important to hear. I want you to see this. There is no, well, you'll see.
Democrats, our friends on the other side of the aisle are trying their best to obscure the purpose of this hearing and to pretend like they don't understand the meaning of it. Here it is. Activists in the FBI and the Department of Justice have weaponized the full weight of their agencies against everyday Americans. It's alarming. The examples that have been highlighted by this committee are shocking to the sensibilities of all the people that we represent, and they want us to get action and answers and accountability. The FBI, here's a couple of examples. The FBI sought to label concerned parents at school board meetings domestic terrorists. We know that they sought to recruit spies and informants inside the congregations of traditional Catholic churches. We know that they worked with the social media platforms hand in hand, almost as partners over the last 2 election cycles, to censor and silence conservatives online that they disagreed with. Sometimes they were candidates. And now the people at this table who were patriots, who this bothered their consciences, who knew that this was against their oaths of service and their duty, spoke up, and they're being retaliated against. Mr. O'Boyle, I wanted to just discuss.
So I want to stop it there because it's important to understand the things that the FBI, as we see in the Durham Report, what they have been doing isn't what police do. Police can't do the things that we're seeing with the FBI. And it is an overreach of what the FBI is doing. It's not their mission statement. The FBI should not be investigating parents for showing up at a PTA meeting. If there's anything that's happening there, that should be local. That's happening in your school, not in Texas. I don't want to send the Broome County Sheriffs. I don't want to send the Binghamton Police to, I don't know, Kansas because someone's mom said, I don't like a book that is showing my kids how to have sex while they're in kindergarten. That's a problem. That's an issue. That's a local issue. I want them, my local police, to be focused on my school. And is my school trying to convince kids that they should be having sex with adults? That's what I want them to focus on. But the FBI says, well, we're going to do this for the entire nation. It's not their job. That's not their problem. The school is local, so is the police. They can handle that. I don't need the FBI. And by the way, the FBI has been at this for over a year, and Merrick Garland, in looking into over 1,000 cases where they have alleged, where someone said, oh, these parents, they're dangerous because they're paying attention to the PTA. They're speaking up and saying how they want their kids raised and what they learn in school. And in 1,000 cases, not one of them have broken the law. Not one of them is a violation or a danger to their community. Not once. Why are we wasting the FBI on this? As Representative Johnson from Louisiana pointed out for us, this is a waste of their time and it is abuse of their power. Hey, Cool Roy. By the way, Cool Roy, I didn't get to say hello to you earlier. Hello, and thank you for joining us again today. See, this is why we can't have one party, and you're correct. You know, we've seen, where's the FBI looking into it? What is their job? BLM, Antifa. Shouldn't they be looking at the abuse of money? BLM got $90 million. They bought 6 mansions. They haven't helped black people across America. Why isn't the FBI looking and saying, where's that money going to? Are you misleading the public? The FBI hasn't done any serious work in looking into the Antifa because according to the Democrats like Jerry Nadler, Antifa doesn't exist, even though we have had individuals in Portland who have said they are absolutely part of Antifa, that they are taking action, that they have been caught killing people and also assaulting people. We have video from across the country of this. We have the defenders of the Atlanta forest. They're attacking police stations. They're burning down buildings in downtown Atlanta. I haven't forgotten about that. You're supposed to forget about it. I didn't forget about that. Why isn't the FBI investigating them? They've been recruiting people across state lines. They had over 40% of the people that are part of the defenders of the Atlanta forest are coming not from, forget about whether or not they're in Georgia, they're coming from not only other states, they're coming from other countries. I think that's where the FBI should be paying attention. When a group, an organization, is recruiting people from across the country and outside the nation, that's what the FBI is supposed to be investigating. Why are they looking at the PTA and not the defenders of the Atlanta forest? When we have foreigners from other countries coming in here to attack our local police and destroy our local cities. What's going on, folks? Isn't that, what is the FBI doing here? How is that not an abuse of power and misuse of the power that they actually legitimately have? But instead of hearing that, we get to hear people like Representative Garamendi, and I think I have it here. Is this? And here he is. I believe I have it queued up properly. Let's find out.
To, I suppose, all federal agencies.
Yes, because as it is right now for DOJ employees, they have to wait a year after being suspended before they can go anywhere to appeal as a whistleblower the suspension of their clearance.
I see. Have you made a specific recommendation to the committee as to the change of law that would address the problem that you have identified?
That's why I'm here right now. I just made it.
Okay. So you believe you have, other than, I would appreciate in writing your specific change to the law.
Would be happy to, and to the extent that it's helpful.
No, it's my time.
Okay, I apologize. I can't hear that on my end. I can't hear that on my end, but Representative Garamendi spent his time speaking about how the FBI are local police, but yet they're not. And they're not working together. They're not correct. There's a big and massive problem. There's a big difference that's going on here. Again, I go to the local police can take care of the local PTA, but the FBI wants to do that, but they don't want to handle the southern border. They don't want to handle Antifa. They don't want to handle the autonomous zones that exist right now across the United States. They're not investigating the autonomous zones. They're not going out there trying to stop that. This is the problem. Yes, and this is a problem. You're correct, Coolroy. There is a problem here when they're not taking care of their jobs, when they're doing something outside their jobs that is purely political in its nature. And that is not to the advantage of anyone in the United States. I mean, think about it like this. We have things like what's happening with the NAACP. The NAACP is now saying they're playing politics of the worst sort. They're saying black people can't go to Florida. The NAACP is now deciding that you, because you may be black, don't go to Florida. Florida is somehow racist. A state is racist because they don't like the politics. Because Disney is trying to be woke. And therefore, Florida is anti-black. How are they hostile to black Americans? Well, here's a quote. On a seeming quest to silence African American voices, the governor in the state of Florida have shown that African Americans are not welcome in the state of Florida. Due to this sustained, blatant, relentless, and systemic attack on democracy and civil rights, the NAACP hereby issues a travel advisory to African Americans and other people of color regarding the hostility towards African Americans in Florida. Where is the statement from the NAACP about Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, New York, LA? Where is their statement about the concern for the safety of African Americans in those cities, in those states? You don't hear that, but black on black crime is 83%, is the highest reason of black deaths in America. 83% of deaths are because of black deaths. Black Americans are because of black Americans, mostly driven by gangs. Where's the statement from the NAACP about the gangs and avoiding Chicago, Detroit, all of these cities because of the black on black violence? Because that's not in the best interest of African Americans. That's not in the best interest of blacks. Notice they're not saying, what did Governor DeSantis do? He's running for president, and he is against the woke policies that have failed, and failed with the public. What? Because he didn't like the Little Mermaid? Most Americans don't like the Little Mermaid because no one likes Cleopatra, that was done by Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett. That's it, Jada Pinkett Smith. Because even the country of Egypt tells you that Cleopatra was a lie, that it was a farce. It wasn't factual in any regard. It was just someone's fantasy. It was fan fiction. Because someone is actually pointing that out. Because someone is saying, just because you race swap a character, it doesn't make them a good character. Just because you change the story so that it's more woke and LGBTQ friendly doesn't mean that it's going to be award winning. Just because the governor of Florida is saying, don't teach children in 3rd grade about having oral sex. Just because he does that doesn't mean it's anti-black, because by definition, by what we are hearing from the NAACP, what they are saying is you should be in favor of woke policies that change history. They're trying to rewrite history. You should be in favor of critical race theory, where white people are evil and black people are victims, and you can never change that. They want you to believe in the ideas that violence doesn't exist black on black, even though gangs are the leading reason why black men die in America at this moment. Think about that. The NAACP, they want you to blindly accept, because they are the NAACP. They want you to blindly accept that they said that the state of Florida, where there are many, many black people who are in many, many positions in government, you're supposed to avoid the entire state because they said so, because it's not part of their political ideology. Most black people in America are conservative. Just like most Hispanics in America are conservative. They may be part of the Democrat Party. They may vote Democrat for some godforsaken reason. But their life, their society, our culture is conservative. And so we're supposed to suddenly, because the NAACP says, no, but you're woke. Why am I woke? Why should I be woke? What's the advantage of being woke? That people will lie to me about history? That we're going to teach my children how to have sex with adults? Is that what we're supposed to be saying? That we need to have the government cradle to grave protect my life because somehow I have no agency just because of the color of my skin? Think about the consequences of what the NAACP is saying today. Because it doesn't make any sense. They're saying this because of politics, because the NAACP gets money from the DNC, the Democratic Party, because they have influence with the Democratic Party. It fills their coffers. It makes them powerful to be aligned with Democrats and pushing the message of progressives. That's why they're saying Florida is a problem. not because of the economy of Florida, not because they can actually point to an actual issue that affects black Americans separately or differently in Florida than in any other state in America. This is the problem. This is the evil that's going on right now. This is what blind acceptance gets you. Just blindly accept that the NAACP says that Florida is a bad place. Why is Florida a bad place? Because they're not woke. Well, you haven't told me why woke is a good thing. How does being woke help black people? Because trans people and gay people, they're above black people. You can be, if you're a straight black man or woman, you aren't as important to the NAACP as being trans or being transracial or being gay. They're more important. There's a hierarchy. Equity goes to them, not you. Oh, they left that part out, did they? Did they forget to mention that in the hierarchy charts, black people are just slightly above being white? That everyone else is way above them? That the NAACP isn't looking out for you, they're looking out for a political agenda. Oh, they didn't mention that. And by the way, if someone thinks that I'm wrong, I am more than happy to have this conversation. Let's talk about what the NAACP has been doing in the last 3 decades. They did a lot in the 70s. I absolutely agree. They had a great message in the 80s. I absolutely agree. I was alive. I saw it. Tell me what their message has been in 2000, 2010, now in 2020. Be woke? Be a progressive? Why? What's the benefit? Because they said so. Who cares? I don't care what they said. Give me the proof. Give me an example. Show me how. But they won't do that. They won't do that because if you actually look at the details, it doesn't make sense. Oh my God. There's the don't say gay. Doesn't appear in the bill. They had the don't say gay bill. That's not the bill. That's not what it does. It says don't teach children about having sex with adults. Period. That's what it says. That's heterosexual, that's gay, that's trans, that's whatever other kind of sex you can think of. That's all it says. Don't teach kids to have sex when they are in 3rd grade. Seems to be a safe bet there. I don't see a problem with that. But suddenly, if you're against that, you're not black. Really? How dare you? This is another moment where we see Charlemagne being told by either Kamala Harris or by Joe Biden that if you aren't Democrat, you're not black. I'm sorry, I don't have to be a Democrat to be black. My suntan is permanent. I got it when I was born. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. I got this. I have no problem with it. And you can't take it away from me. You can't. It's not possible. I don't need to justify my skin color. I don't need to justify the inherent natures of my life. Why are they trying to make it like that? Because it's supposed to be a black and white thing, because you're supposed to blindly accept that there is racism in America, it's institutional, that you're a victim and you can do nothing about it. And the NAACP are going to be the champions. They're going to fix it for you. Well, let me ask the NAACP, where were you when I needed to get a job? What did you do? In the 70s, yes. In the 80s, yes. I'm talking about today. What are you doing for me? What have you done to correct life? Oh, we got you reparations in California that they can't pay. It would bankrupt not just California, but all of America. It's not beneficial. It's not going to happen. It's not even realistic. It's propaganda. It's a way to get votes. You're telling me to blindly affirm this. It's stupid. If I actually agreed with the California reparations, I would bankrupt America. Think about that for a second. We would bankrupt the nation if we just blindly said, yes, go ahead, just print the money. Black people would be worse off if they actually tried to do that than if they didn't. And not just in California, across the country. The inflation would be skyrocketing. This is stupid. Dow says that during World War II, Nambia was isolated by the SADF forces because of its Germanic origins for fear of harboring sympathizers of the National Socialists. Well, again, it's this silly thing of these fears. They're just telling you, be afraid, and the government and organizations will take care of you. This is the NAACP killing black people's agency. Why shouldn't I go to Florida if I have a job in Florida? If I have friends and family in Florida? If I have the ability to buy cheaper property and live a better life, why wouldn't I go to Florida? Oh, well, because the NAACP they're not politically aligned with the NAACP. I don't care. Black people in Florida are people in Florida because they have a job, they have family, they have friends, and they're living their life. And guess what? We're Americans. If we didn't like it, we would leave. That's why people are leaving California. That's why people are leaving New York State. In droves, black people, Hispanics, Asians, everybody is leaving California and New York. And guess what? One of the top places they're going to? Texas and Florida. Gee, I wonder why. Black people are leaving New York State to go to Florida because Florida is better. But the NAACP is saying, no. Even though you know for a fact that you and your family and your friends have been moving down to Florida for a decade, couple of decades, and they're having a better quality of life, you need to stay in New York State because New York State is blue. New York State is progressive. So you're black. You have to stay in New York. Think about that, folks. This is what the NAACP is. This is the consequence of what they're saying. You have to stay in a state that is based on your color of skin. Because of the color of your skin, you don't get a choice about your politics. You don't get a choice about your life. This is antithetical to what the NAACP was created for. This is not the NAACP of the 70s. It's not the NAACP of the 80s, and God help me, not of the 90s. This is a new creature running around with the NAACP as its name, and it's not real. It's not fair. This is terrible. They are telling you you don't got a choice in how you live your life. You have to do what they say because of their politics, not yours. Why is the NAACP smarter or better than me? Because they're black, so am I. Because they have an opinion, so do I. Because they don't like, well, rather, they like being woke. I don't. Why am I supposed to value the NAACP more than my own convictions, my own style of life? It doesn't make sense, folks. I mean, when you stop and you think about it, it doesn't make sense. Because again, I will say this, I want to be very clear. The NAACP's reason is that Governor DeSantis and Florida aren't woke. That's a political ideology. Because of a political ideology, the NAACP is telling you not to make a life choice. They are saying that they are smarter than you about your life choices and your life decisions. And they're providing zero evidence. They're saying politics. That's it. Because the politics doesn't line up. They want you to stay where everyone else is leaving. They want black people to stay in New York State because New York State is Democrat. They want to make sure New York State maintains its power. This is about, quite honestly, when you think about it, and they're stretching it out, they're telling black people don't leave New York State so that New York State gets to keep the number of congressmen and the number of power that they have because black people are leaving. And black people are leaving because I don't care all the promises that Kathy Hochul makes. It doesn't matter the promises that Eric Adams is making. New York State is failing. That's why I'm moving. Well, it's one of the reasons why I'm moving. They're failed. They have failed the public. And therefore, people of all colors, of all religions, of all backgrounds are leaving. The only people who are coming into New York State are illegal aliens. Why? Because that's who New York State asked for. They wanted illegal aliens. This is like when Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced Democrat governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo said, if you're Christian, if you believe in guns, if you have religion, you need to get out. If you're a conservative, get out of New York. That was 2014, Andrew Cuomo. And people didn't realize that's racist. Well, I'll tell you what. I should have said it then if I didn't, and I think I did. And I'll say it again now. This is racism. The NAACP saying that you don't have a choice because of the color of your skin is racist. The NAACP choosing where you can live based on the color of your skin is racist. Especially since their only reason is politics. Because of their feelings. Because they don't like a law that they think is a good idea. There is nothing concrete. They're not saying that you can't get a job in Florida. They're not saying you can't buy a house in Florida. They're not telling you that you're going to pay different prices for the house or any of the products because you're black. They're not telling you that you're going to be subjugated to racism in Florida. No, they're saying that progressives aren't as numerous in Florida, that progressives don't have the power in Florida. That's their argument. Progressives aren't powerful enough in Florida. Therefore, you shouldn't be in Florida because you're black. That's insulting. That's sick. Maybe if we thought about it in a different way. What if Andrew Cuomo or Kathy Hochul or Eric Adams said, you know what? You're women. You can't be in New York. Would women listen to that? If the National Organization for Women, otherwise known as NOW, if they said, guess what? Women can't be in New Jersey. Would all women leave New Jersey? Because that's what we're talking about. If Joe Biden said that all the women in the state of Kansas can't live in Kansas, would you do it? Because there's no difference between the NAACP. Put in the name of any other organization. Okay, the Jewish Defamation League said that you're Jewish, you can't be in Florida. Let's see, Muslim, there's an imam of the Muslim faith, and he says you can't go to Florida because you're Muslim. Would any other group of people of any type, whether it's based on the color of the skin or it's based on their religion or any other factor besides politics, if you were told you can't live somewhere, would you do it? Would you follow that? Because that's racist. If I put in any other group other than black people, if it wasn't the NAACP saying this and any other organization saying it about any color of people, any type of people based on their intrinsic things, their gender, their color of skin, you're telling me that, or their religion as an example, and they said this, you would say they are racist and they are bigoted. Guess what? The NAACP doesn't get a pass just because they are because they're for black people in America. It's still racist. If anyone disagrees with me on that, please tell me why. Please tell me how it's not racist. Because I think this is. Yeah, I don't see who made the comment, but yes, first they were blaming white people for leaving cities. Now they're blaming black people for leaving cities. You can't leave Democrat states. Why don't they go and yell at Californians? They're leaving. What about black Californians that are leaving California to go to Texas? Are you screaming at them? Are you going to tell them they're not black anymore because they're in Texas? Is there some kind of color chart for each state that I'm unaware of? Is there some kind of unwritten law in each and every state that says, oh, well, this is Jim Crow. There's a Jim Crow law that says, well, you're black, so you are only limited to 3 states that you can live in. Yeah, you can live in Maryland, you can live in Illinois, you can live in New York. That's it. You can live in Chicago, you can live in Baltimore, you can live in New York City, but you can't go anywhere else because you're black. Is that what we're trying to say? Because it's racist. And it's just as racist to say that about Florida. I love that. User has been banned says, don't tempt them on that. I wouldn't be surprised if they say it. I would not be surprised if they came up with that idea, but it's crazy. But they're trying to cover it up and make it sound good because, well, you can't complain about this. It's the NAACP. You can't say it's racist because they're black. Black people can be racist too. Black organizations can be racist too. Did you forget about the black supremacist on the New York subway system that was shooting people because of critical race theory? Did you forget about Wakusha, the black supremacist who was running people down with his car because it was Christmas and Thanksgiving, and he just ran them over because they're white? Black people can be racist too. So don't tell me, well, black people can't be racist. Don't tell me the NAACP can't be racist. That's ignorance. That's an excuse. That's giving them an out and giving them justification they don't deserve. Call them what they are. They're being racist. The reason why they say, well, you can't pick on Kamala or Brittany Griner because they're black. I don't care that they're black. I care that Brittany Griner is an admitted criminal. I care that Kamala Harris has completely failed the one job she's had for 3 years now. The one thing she's supposed to be doing, she has completely failed at. And instead of doing her job, she's watching a basketball game. I'm sorry. There is a priority. The southern border is far more important than a basketball game or a criminal. A drug trafficker. And if you want to say, well, no, but you're leaving out the color of their skin, then you are a racist. If the most important thing about Brittany Griner and Kamala Harris or the NAACP is the color of their skin rather than what they have said and what they are doing, if the only thing you can focus on and the thing that makes you agree with them is because of the color of their skin, then you have failed. You are a racist. I will say that to you, and I mean it. And rather than it's going, Mike, you just don't understand. You're an Uncle Tom. You just don't get it. Rather than calling me racial slurs, rather than denying that, I want you to think about it for a second. You're approving of these individuals who have broken the law, that have failed the American people, that are now telling you you have no agency in your life. You are giving them this power because of the color of their skin. Because if someone was Asian and told you that you couldn't go to Florida, if someone was white and said you can't go to Florida, you'd tell them they're racist in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? Why does it change because it's black people saying it? What's the difference? It's like when people said that, remember, it was the LA Times. Do you remember LA Times last year? The black face of white supremacy, Larry Elder. Now, the article was written by a black woman, but imagine anyone else saying that. I'm telling you, this is racism in your face. And it's not there to help you. It's not to make your life better. They're not trying to do something and lift you up. Staying in New York State isn't something to your benefit. New York State is bleeding money. They could be feeding the homeless. They could be feeding children. They could be redeveloping New York City. Instead, they're spending $1 billion, $60,000 per illegal alien to put them into a 3-star hotel. You're not in a hotel. You don't get to sit back and just collect money from the government. No, You have to work for a living. You have to pay taxes. You don't get to go. Maybe if you're on vacation, you get a 3-star hotel. You're not able to live that. There's no one going to your house that's just going to clean it for free and just fix everything up. No, you've got to do that. But in New York, they're spending $1 billion on people who broke the law and to take your money and to give it to them. But that's not racist. That's not sexist. That's not against you. That's not taking away your agency. Yes, I remember it, the blackface of, in the same article, same video. Larry Elder, he's such a racist. That's why there's a white woman wearing a gorilla mask throwing bananas at him. Because that wasn't racist. That was an example of racism. You're right there, user has been banned. I just look at these things and I think I can't see. The only way you don't see that is if you don't want to see this. The only way you do that is you blindly accept, you're blindly affirming that the NAACP is somehow smarter than you, that they have a better idea how to run your life than you do. It's the only way you can accept that. And I personally don't. I think it's the most insane thing. And people are going, yeah, well, okay, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. It's like when we see Biden, Zelensky's talking to Biden. Biden's like, here, we're going to give you F-16s. But please, don't use the F-16s to do anything except to protect your land. Are you kidding me? Once they've got the F-16s, you can't control where their pilots go. You can't guarantee that they're never going to go into Poland, that they're never going to go to Moldavia, that they're never going to go into Russia. You can't guarantee that. They're an entirely different country. They just want to use Biden. They want weapons they can't afford and that they can't make. But he's going to turn around and tell you, we need to spend $170 billion on the Ukraine again every year because they're fighting a war and we have to trust them. Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Are they better than Russia? Yes. Does that mean they're not corrupt? They are absolutely corrupt. There is no question about that. But you're supposed to just blindly accept it and say, well, no, it's got to be true. It's got to be real. It's got to be fine. You can't complain about that. I don't understand it. Here's a guy, Tim Scott. It was the State of the Union. Was it 2019 that Tim Scott was doing the Republican response to the State of the Union. And he was called Uncle Tom because he's black and he's a conservative, because he's a Republican. He's going to run for president. Now, I would like to say to everyone out there, if you voted for Obama as president because he's black, then you should vote for Tim Scott because he's black. If that was your reason, because you wanted to see a black man as the president of the United States, vote for Tim Scott. You don't need any other reason. He's black. Is that your qualifier? Oh, no. It's because Obama was a senator. Tim Scott's a senator. It's because Obama was involved in politics. Tim Scott's involved in politics. What's your reason? Give me a reason besides Obama was black. Because Obama was a Democrat. Well, that's just a preference of policy. What's that matter? Just because he had a political affiliation like the NAACP, that doesn't make him good or bad. That doesn't make him the best choice just because he says, I'm Democrat. Okay. Or you say, I'm a Republican. Okay. Does that mean that you instantly are good or bad? Because if you instantly believe that someone is good or bad because they say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican, you have a problem. That's an issue with you, because you can be a good person or a bad person and be anything else. You can be black, you can be a Democrat, you can be a progressive, and you can be a good person or a bad person. The color of your skin, your political preference have nothing to do with your actions and your accountability. And if you are somehow believing that, no, Republicans have to be evil, they must be MAGA, do you even remember what MAGA means? Make America great. How is that bad? In fact, make America great again. How is that in any way, shape, or form a negative? It's not. If you don't want to make America great, you have a problem. If you think that everyone who says, let's make America great, or in the terms of Biden, build back better, same difference, no difference. BBB is the same as MAGA. They're the same thing. Make the nation better. And if you somehow think that, well, MAGA is white and build back better is black, you are a racist. If you think that people who believe in MAGA or happen to be Republicans, because you don't have to be a Republican to believe in making America great, not the same thing. Because if you think that, you have a problem. If you think that people, based on their politics, well, you're a Democrat and you must be black, you have a problem. Yeah, these are things we have to think about, folks. And no one is willing to say it because everyone's afraid, oh no, but they're going to call you an Uncle Tom. They're going to say you're a racist. They're going to say you forgot your, you I don't know what the terms is they use these days. You're not kinfolk. You're skinfolk. That's one I got from the local Antifa BLM, the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. They told me that I may be skinfolk, but I'm not kinfolk. Well, that's a racist statement in and of itself, and it's stupid. Oh, you're not black. Well, when I look at my hands, when I look in the mirror, when I look at my brothers and sisters, when I talk to my mother, yeah, I am. You don't get to choose that. It's not something that you can just take away. It's not like my jacket that you can take off my body. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm black. I'm Hispanic. Always have been. Always will be. Whether I'm a Democrat or Republican, whether I'm a conservative or a libertarian, that doesn't change. And if you think it does, you have a problem. If you need to stay out of Florida because the NAACP told you to stay out of Florida, you have a problem. If you look at Tim Scott and you want to vote for Tim Scott because he's black, or you don't want to vote for Tim Scott because he's a black Republican, you have a problem. You are absolutely a racist if either of those things apply to you. Yeah, I know. Sean King would disagree with me. Rachel Dolans would disagree with me because they woke up one day and said, well, we're black now. Oh, yeah, right. No, they're not black. Rachel Dolans and Sean King, they're not black. They're making money off of being black. They have actually bought blackness. And again, they're racist. They are, by definition, racist. And if you accept that, if you say, well, Rachel Dolans is black now because she said so, there's something wrong with you. If you say Sean King is black because he says he's black, there's something wrong with you. You have a problem. Either that, or you should be screaming at the top of your lungs that you want some trans women to be joining the WNBA right now. I don't get it, folks. There are some things in life I just don't understand. They don't make sense to me. And people aren't looking at this. Now, again, I'm not telling you that you should vote for Ron DeSantis. I'm not telling you to vote for Tim Scott. I'm not telling you to vote for Donald Trump. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. I don't care. Well, I do care, but that's not my point. My point is, what are you judging them by? Are you saying that you can't vote for Ron DeSantis or Trump because they're not black? You're a racist. If you're saying you can't vote for Tim Scott because of his political affiliation and his color of skin, you're a racist. If you're saying you can't vote for them because they're Republicans and Republicans are bad, you have a serious problem. If you think that MAGA is negative because you don't understand what Make America Great is, or the fact that it's the same exact thing as Build Back Better, that there is no difference at all other than the person who made the term, then you have a problem. Reach into your soul and think about it and dig deep. If you say that Kamala Harris is doing a fantastic job and you're watching her at a WNBA game instead of being at the border, as we are having record numbers of individuals cross into our nation, you have a problem. If you think Brittany Griner is fantastic because she's black and a lesbian and plays basketball, and you're ignoring the fact that she's a drug trafficker who willfully did this, not because she was confused, not because she didn't understand the law, but because she didn't care, you have a problem. And I would love to hear someone who wants, I ask this all the time, and I'll ask again. If you think I'm wrong, 607-242-9247. If you are a Democrat or a progressive who is elected in office and you think I am wrong, call in 607-242-9247. I will give you as much time as you need to make your case. I am not CNN. I am not MSNBC. I'm not going to cut you off. I'm not going to give you 5 minutes to make your case. I will give you as much time as you need. I have done videos nonstop for 12 hours in a row. If you need 12 hours, I will give you 12 hours, Mr. or Mrs. elected official, to try and tell me and explain how it isn't racist. Please, call in. And we know they won't. It's not, again, you will be respected if you call in. You will be treated like an adult. I will listen to what you have to say. We can have a discussion with it. Not a problem. We do not disrespect people who call into this program as long as they are respectful. You want to talk about my skin color? You want to call me old? You want to call me names? That ain't going to fly. But if you want to talk about the issue, if you want to explain to me how it's not racist to not like Tim Scott because of his politics and the fact that he's black, that combination, but somehow it's perfectly fine for Obama because of his political connection to his color of skin, please, I'd love to have you define that one for me. If you think that Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis are somehow evil people because of the color of their skin, I want to hear you explain that one. Please do. If you think the NAACP or any other organization or any other individual should be telling black people what to do with their lives because of the politics of the NAACP or other organizations, taking away the agency of black people simply because of politics, please, I would love to have that conversation with you. Let's have that conversation. I'm a big boy. I got a thick skin. Let's have that conversation. Because we are doing no one any good by avoiding the conversation, by hiding behind words like racist, sexist, and all the other ist and phobes. I know, race is, whenever you say race, it's always political. It's always Dow saying that, race, the word, has taken on a political definition rather than a factual one. Yeah, it's a weapon. And it's a weapon that's been wielded very well by President Obama. It's a weapon that's wielded very well by progressives. It's a weapon that's being used right now by the uniter-in-chief, Joe Biden. Remember that in 2019? Did you notice that in 2019, he used you and said, hey, I'm the uniter-in-chief. You have to vote for me. If you're black, you got to vote for me. In 2024, he's not saying that anymore. He doesn't care about uniting anyone. He's not trying to bring you into the fold. He's taking advantage of you. He doesn't care. Again, I will point to what we showed you earlier in the program. The polls are telling you directly when people are polled about this. And again, I show you the YouGov poll. 46% do not, actually it's 56%, think that Kamala Harris doesn't care about black people. 54% think that Joe Biden doesn't care about black people. But you're going to vote for him because he's a Democrat and you're black. Does that make sense to you? That you can admit they don't care and they're not doing anything to help you, but yet you'll vote for them because they have the right, because you're black and therefore you should be Democrat. Okay. Was there a comedy routine on this? It'd be interesting to see. But I don't think I'm far off. I think in terms of comedians, didn't Chris Rock had similar thoughts? People aren't thinking these things through. Blind affirmation. Don't believe, just do. Because somebody arbitrarily said, go ahead and do that. Well, I'm telling you, make a choice for yourself. I'm somebody. I'm seen by people around the world. I've spoken at colleges. I'm a personality. I'm a political entity. I may not be as big as Trump or Tim Scott, Ron DeSantis. I'm not nearly as big as Kamala Harris or Maxine Waters, but I'm still a political entity. Why not listen to me? Oh, because I'm a Republican. Oh, how did that change anything I said? How does that change the reasons why I say what I say? See, that's the thing. If you say, well, but you're a Republican. Okay, and what does that have? How does that change the evidence that I have shown you? How does that change the conclusions I am making based on the evidence? My political preference doesn't change. The numbers are the numbers. It's like with the example with eggs. We did have eggs that were up 580%. And then they went down. Now they're about 94 cents or back to normal prices. Fantastic. The color of the skin of the people who are saying what the prices were did not change the prices. The price of eggs are the price of eggs. Doesn't matter if they were white eggs or brown eggs. Doesn't matter if you think they were up or down because you were black or white. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Libertarian or a progressive. The price of eggs is the price of eggs. It doesn't change because of skin color or political preference. And if you see the world just based on skin color and political preference, I'm really feeling bad for you because you have a really piss poor way of looking at the world. You really do. It's a god-awful way to look at the universe. But that's my opinion. Thank God they interviewed Yuri. Okay. I got to look back at some of the comments because I know I'm missing comments. As I mentioned, internally, I can't see the comments. I only see them when you put them up here, so I'm not seeing them internally, which is why I'm not responding as much. So I apologize if I missed this. User has been banned says that there was some Gen Z guy that said 30% or 13 million black people are killed in America every year. What? The things they get people to, yeah, it's insane. That's stupid. That's just stupid. That's someone who can't do math. Did someone actually say that? Is that just a rumor, or did someone actually say? Because it sounds familiar. It sounds like someone said that. Somebody said something like that. I remember someone saying something dumb like that. No, I'm not finding it. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to find out. Someone on TikTok. Well, there goes the source. That tells you right there. Explains why. I don't have a high opinion of people on TikTok. Not that there can't be smart people on TikTok. It's just most of the people who are famous on TikTok are famous for spouting absolute idiocy in about a minute. And I have very little, my opinion is not high of people talking about politics in 1 minute. Because I don't care how smart you are. If you're seriously trying to answer an issue, you're not going to be able to do it in a minute. You can say crap. You can put up a bunch of propaganda in a minute to 3 minutes. Fantastic. But you can't intelligently have a conversation about the issues that affect us all in a minute to 3 minutes. It's just not possible. Not if you want to do it intelligently. Tim Pool covered it. Okay. I'm not surprised Tim would cover that. I probably would have as well. Might have even when they came out at the time. Depends. Might be in one of my other videos that I've done. But that's just, again, it just shows when you give up your agency and you just accept things because someone said so, and they said so because of the color of skin, and you believe it, it's not in your best interest. It never works out well. Gen Z for change. Hell yeah. Okay. That's just stupid. Okay. Gen Z for change is out of his mind. Out of his mind. He has no idea what he's talking about. And I mean, it's just mathematically, it's just obvious. And people believe it. I don't know why. It's kind of like listening to Representative Plaskett when she's saying that, well, because you're in the military, you're going to leak secrets. The only people who leak secrets from the United States are people who are in the military. That was Representative Plaskett today. She said that today live. She's out of her mind. It's the way that Democrats are trying to somehow connect the FBI and local police, to go back to that. Again, they're trying to play emotional games with you. They're trying to mislead you. They're trying to take away your agency. They're telling you to blindly believe them and not think about what they're saying. Because the moment you start thinking about what they say, you suddenly go, that doesn't make any sense. Gen Z for Change is an organization funded by the DNC. Why am I not surprised? The same people who are saying black people should stay in New York State because New York State's Democratic. Does that mean I'm going to have a better quality of life? Am I going to get paid more? Am I going to be safer? Will I be able to raise my family better? Oh, you're not talking about any of those things? You're just saying that because I'm a Democrat and I'm black, I don't get a choice. That's a problem. So, yeah, I don't care what the DNC says. All right, folks, we've been on for about 4 hours and 15 minutes now, which I always enjoy. I always love. And by the way, I know the people over at Rumble, it's growing, and I love that. Please check me out on Rumble. If you have not, it's still under No Soundbites Allowed. And, I want my audience to grow there because God knows I don't have the same kind of suppression that I do on YouTube. We easily get like 500% more people watching live and even afterwards than we do on YouTube. It's not because the message isn't good. It isn't because we don't talk about interesting things and have interesting conversations. It's because YouTube is terrified that you're going to listen to a black Republican and suddenly you might not be as dedicated to being a progressive. They're terrified that you might ask their politicians a question and ask them to be accountable, to ask them to be effective and efficient. They are terrified. They want to suppress your voice. I'm not going to let them. Now, I should mention, I know it's at the end of the show, but I should mention one. If you have not, please like, share, subscribe. It's the only thing we always ask for in every episode. It costs you absolutely nothing. Like, share, subscribe. Help us to reach more people around the world to share in the expression of the First Amendment, free speech, to tell us what they think. Whether they agree or disagree, doesn't matter, to have the conversation about all these issues that are affecting us all. And as I've told you, and I've gone through today and many other episodes, we're talking about what's happening in Southeast Asia, what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening in our southern border, what's happening with the economy, how these things are affecting each and every one of us around the world. Because it's not isolated to just your neighborhood. It's happening everywhere. So we need to have these conversations. So I ask you to like, share, and subscribe so we can have these conversations. At the same time, I am moving. I've mentioned it last week. I think I mentioned it for the first time. I will no longer be in the Southern Tier in June, very early in June. And so that may disrupt the channel a little bit, but every Sunday I'm going to find some way, highway or hell water, however that saying goes, that, I forget how that saying goes, but I will make it on the Sunday, 2:30 every week. Stop. Excuse me, folks. Stop. Sorry, that's my puppy. But somehow I'm going to figure out a way to get him and me. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. But I will figure out a way, somehow, to do the show every Sunday. If you can, please donate. Donate $1. Donate 50 cents. It really helps. Especially, I won't have the house anymore. I'm not going to have 90% of my equipment. So that's going to change everything about the show. All of it is getting left behind. I don't get to take any of it. A lot of reasons, but do I need help? I have a bunch of stuff, people, hell or high wire. Thank you. Hell or high water. I don't know why I mixed that up. Thank you for that, Dow. Mike Bowie, I have stuff I'm selling. I got some furniture people want to buy. That'd be great. That's about it. Got a printer. Someone wants to buy a printer. Lights. Furniture. I think I'm selling the laptop. China. Whole bunch of stuff. Got a week. Let me know, folks. Got a week. But with that being said, so I just want to throw that in. I know I don't talk about it a whole lot. It's been a problem for 3 years. And so it's cost me a lot. No, it's not a garage sale. I wish it was a garage sale. It's I'm done. I'm gone. But reach out to me. You can reach me on my phone. You can reach me in email. And I'll be happy to talk to people about that if they want to. Just life has changed. Restarting. Dal says, neither wind nor rain, sleet or hail will ever stop Voss's gale. The wind of truth he'll blow through the webs, the lies of which he will dispel. I like that. That's a nice one. Thank you. Thank you, Dal. But again, I just wanted to share that with everyone. And whoever is still watching the show, and if you're still watching the show, thank God. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here with me, whether it's on Rumble or whether it's on YouTube or Rumble or any of the other, you're watching it on BitChute, Telegram, wherever it may be you see it. I thank you, and I appreciate that you've taken the time to spend with me. We've been on for about 4 hours and 18 minutes. My microphone is acting up again. So, next week, Hal. Hi, Hal. Yes. So I will not be in the same location. Last week will probably be the last one I do at this location. And then I'll probably be in New York City for going back to the Bronx for a week or two or something like that. Not quite sure yet. And then I'll be somewhere else in the country. Well, it's not the end of the show. So it's not like I've been doing it 17 years, folks. 5 years of doing live streams. I'm not stopping that. I'm just changing where I'm going to be and probably the background and all that. The benefits of having a better camera, having better background lights and all that. That's all going away, but I'm not going anywhere. So my voice isn't going to change. Well, maybe the microphone will change. But my voice isn't going anywhere. My mind is definitely not going anywhere. So it's just going to be a change in location and the look of the show for a little while. And then we'll get back to the normal once I settle in, wherever it is I settle into. We'll see. But again, $1.50 if you can. If you can't, no problem. If you want to buy a computer, you want to buy some furniture, fantastic. Get in touch with me. You got to pick it up. But, if you can't, no problem. And my puppy is screaming for me. He wants to go out. It's good weather out there. I'm going to take him outside, and I want you to be well. I can't type in because, I don't know, computer's acting up. So I want you to know, I appreciate you. I love you. I thank you for being my audience. You are the best audience. You are the best audience on the internet, and I appreciate and recognize that. I look forward to talking to you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. for anywhere in the world. And I look forward to talking to you next week. Until then, I want you to be well, and we'll talk again soon.